Chapter 1019. The Vudra blade attacked quickly. Hyasaurus kept using the advantage of the realm to crush Luo Tian, using the pressure of the Tian Luo divine art to crush him. He wanted to crush Luo Tian with his pressure, but he didn't know what was going on. He couldn't crush him at all. He was an expert at the peak of the martial void realm. He couldn't even crush a warrior of the 4 divisions realm? What was going on? However, Hyasaurus didn't know what Wolverine was, let alone how fierce Wolverine was. The most important point was that Wolverine wasn't from this world at all. He wasn't bound by the laws of the ancient world. In other words, what primordial chi crushing, what pressure, they were all useless to him. It was like a person who didn't know anything. If you gave him some difficult questions, would he be able to solve them? He didn't understand at all. Naturally, he wouldn't be controlled by the rules. What realm is your cultivation? Why is the Tianluo divine art useless to you? His chest was attacked, but Hyasaurus didn't suffer any serious injuries. He was the 2nd young master of Haijia. Haijia was such a powerful force. As the 2nd young master, he naturally had a protective treasure. Facing Luo Tian's fierce attacks, his face became more and more ugly. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. Facing someone he had never faced before, he didn't know what to do. Luo Tian ignored him. Seeing his frightened expression, he sneered and said, "Tianluo divine art? What kind of bullshit technique is that? I've never heard of it. Can it kill an ant? Do you think such a trashy cultivation method can suppress me? TSK, don't you know who I am? I'm your Haijia ancestor." Extremely arrogant. His tone was extremely arrogant and overbearing. The attacks on his hands were extremely sharp. He waved his fists, and the steel blades made of super composite metals kept attacking, forcing Hai Yulong to retreat step by step. There was no room for him to fight back. This was the power of Wolverine. This was also Wolverine. Luo Tian could control his consciousness. If it was Hulk, that irritable guy's balls would have been smashed. This guy's speed is too fast? Look at the steel blade growing out of the back of his hand. I've never seen such a person before. Just who is this guy? At the very least, he's holding a lit log in his mouth and occasionally spitting out white smoke. This guy is too terrifying. Domineering. I can feel endless domineering from him. Too fierce. The crowd whispered. Luo Tian's sudden burst of power shocked everyone. Yunmeng. The same was true for Yang Qi and Yang Qi. However, their eyes were a little different from before. They were more and more certain that the big green guy in the Wu Mountain range was Luo Tian's transformation. Although they didn't have direct evidence to prove it, the feeling in their hearts was absolutely not wrong. If this was really the case, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but swallow. Almost at the same time, they thought in their hearts, "This secret must not be known by outsiders. Otherwise, he will never have peace. Whether it's the Devil Gate or the sect, they will send people to fight for it. If they can't fight for it, they will be destroyed." This is a common method used by the two opposing forces. "Master, teach him a lesson. He saw that I hit Master's wife. Look at Master's wife's face. The poison must have something to do with this guy. We must not let him escape." Bai Xiong woke up and saw Luo Tian's appearance. Looking at him crushing Hyasaurus, he was very excited. However, when he spoke, Bai Lingling's eyes were a little strange. There was a sour feeling in his heart. He couldn't tell what the feeling was. It was like drinking a jar of vinegar. It was sour. Suddenly, Hyasaurus's 2 followers rushed out. One of them shouted in a deep voice, "Boy, I think you are tired of living. You even dare to touch Master Hai." The other also shouted angrily, offending Haijia in the central state. "Even if you are the king, you will die. I advise you to be sensible. Kneel down and kowtow to Master Hai to admit your mistake. Otherwise, your sister." Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly moved. Like lightning, his arm moved, and the King Kong blade suddenly attacked. Originally, he was a little annoyed that he couldn't kill Hyosaurus. Now, two people jumped out, which made him even more annoyed. Both of their cultivations were not low. They were both students of the Cloud Mist College. Their talents were also the best of the best. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become Hyosaurus's followers. However, there was a difference between them and Hyosaurus. They didn't have a protective magic treasure on them. Luo Tian's sudden attack caught them off guard, and they couldn't react in a hurry. However, Luo Tian's strength was much more powerful than they had imagined. Swish, swish, 2 slashes. Poochie, poochie! Several flowers of blood splashed into the air. Their eyeballs bulged out as they looked at Luo Tian in shock. Their bodies slowly became cold. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Luo Tian's strength to be so strong. Martial Void Realm, instant kill. The instant kill was also a student of the Cloud Mist College and a disciple of Hyjia. One had to know that every student of the Cloud Mist College was incomparably strong. However, in front of Wolverine, they were like ants. With a light pinch, they died. Ding! Ding! The system sounded out 2 notifications. Luo Tian took a look and was overjoyed. Wow, these 2 people aren't bosses nor elites, but their experience points are actually more than 70,000. If all the students of the Cloud Mist College have this much experience, then it would be great. The experience points were too rich. You like to shout? Are you dead now? I hate people who buzz in front of me like flies the most. I will only slap such a person to death. Luo Tian turned around. His eyes were cold as he stared at the trembling Hyosaurus playfully. He smiled lightly and said, "You seem to like to shout too, right? Just now they asked me to kneel down and kowtow to you. Do you want me to give you a chance now? Kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, and sing Conquer for me." As Luo Tian spoke, he took a step forward. Hyosaurus's face was red with anger. He stared fiercely at Luo Tian and shouted in a deep voice, "Do you know who I am? You dare to ask me to kneel down. Even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse sees me, they wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Don't talk nonsense with me." Luo Tian directly interrupted him and said, "Kneel or not?" Hyosaurus was interrupted by Luo Tian several times. He was very unhappy and shouted angrily, "You want me, Hyosaurus, to kneel. You don't want to kneel, right? Then go to hell. Please recommend me monthly votes." Chapter 1020. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not give Hyosaurus any chance to consider. It didn't matter if he knelt or not. He was going to die. Luo Tian would never let him go. Regardless of whether he was a boss or not, he still had to die. Just because of 2 points, he had touched his woman, and he had touched Luo Tian's brother, so Luo Tian would never let him go. This was his principle, a principle that would never be broken. Hyosaurus's face darkened and said, "Then give it a try. Let's see who will die." While they were talking, his right hand moved and pulled at the air. Wang. Tens of thousands of sword cries suddenly rang out. Following that, the swords on the bodies of the surrounding sword cultivators in Lingyun City began to tremble violently, as if they were being summoned by some powerful sword intent, as if they were afraid of something. Tremble! Tremble nonstop. Whoosh! 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 One after another, the sword shot out and flew directly above Hai Yulong's head. They were controlled by his powerful sword will, and also by the power of the illusory sword in his hand. My sword! My sword! Ah! Come back, Take. What's going on? My sword is completely out of control. Sword intent. Nihility. Sword intent. Oh my god, Hyosaurus actually brought out one of the 3 magic treasure S of Hyjia, the divine artifact Nihility sword, and it's actually on him. It seems like his position in Hyjia is unimaginably high. He was suddenly shocked. The expressions of everyone around him changed drastically, including Yi Yunmeng. Her face suddenly became tense, and without waiting for Luo Tian to rush forward, she immediately reminded him loudly, Luo Tian, don't go up, Nihility Sword. Nihility Sword's power is too strong. It can control all the sword intent hidden in the sword. You're not his match at all. Hurry up and leave. Yang Qi had also heard of the Nihility Sword. His heart sank, and he immediately said, Brother Luo, listen to her. Hurry up and leave. Void Divine Sword. The supreme treasure of Haijia. Divine artifact level. Most importantly, once it was taken out, it could summon all the swords within a radius of 100 meters. It could absorb the sword intent hidden within each sword and merge it into the void divine sword. In the ancient continent, sword intent was extremely difficult to cultivate. Every sword cultivator could cultivate for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years and still find it difficult to fully comprehend it. Every person's sword intent was different, although he couldn't fully comprehend the sword intent. However, every sword cultivator's sword would hide a little bit of sword intent. This was the sword intent left in the sword by the cultivator. It was very subtle, but when thousands of subtle sword intents fused together, it would be very powerful. Hiss, 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 an ear-piercing sound rang out. Hyosaurus moved his right hand, and the thousands of swords above his head suddenly moved, all pointing at Luo Tian. Walala, 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 it formed a sword dragon. Hyosaurus sneered, stared at Luo Tian with contempt, and said, I didn't want to use the Nihility Sword, but an ant like you really disgusts me. You want me to die? You want me to kneel? Humph. Dog, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Who do you think you are? You want me, Hyosaurus, to kneel? Such a person hasn't been born yet. The Nihility Sword was not his. It was his brother's. It was a reward from the family to his brother. But this time when his elder brother suddenly gave him the Nihility Divine Sword, even he himself was a little confused. One must know that even in the Fair family, who knows how many people wanted this divine sword? In the Central region, and even in the entire ancient continent, the Nihility Divine Sword could be ranked in the top 10 divine weapons. With this divine artifact, even if he met a peak Grand Yen Realm expert, he wouldn't have to be afraid. The moment the Nihility Sword appeared, he immediately summoned the Sword Intent. This kind of Sword Intent that was directly transformed into the Nihility Sword Intent. Even if a warrior who had never cultivated the way of the sword could release this Nihility Sword Intent, he could easily kill them instantly. Hyosaurus was forced to the point where he had no choice. He had been suppressed by Luo Tian all this time, and he was extremely unhappy in his heart. Only then did he take out the Nihility Sword. Once the Nihility Sword appeared, he had to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian frowned, feeling the power of the Nihility Sword Intent. Even the heavenly sword in his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The heavenly sword wasn't afraid, but excited, because it could feel the power of the Nihility Sword. It wanted to fight with the Nihility Sword. However, Luo Tian didn't use the heavenly sword. Hyosaurus was disdainful, and his arrogant face appeared again. Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, he said with contempt, Now it's my turn to give you a chance. Luo Tian, kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake. Then sing that conquer, you said. If I'm happy, I might spare your dog life, ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. With the Nihility Sword in hand, Hyosaurus felt that even if the Heavenly Emperor came, he would be able to kill him. This was the confidence brought by the divine artifact. Sigh. Haijia is Haijia. The Nihility Sword is actually on Hyosaurus, who is at the Martial Void Realm. Aren't they afraid that this divine artifact will be snatched away? Snatch? Are you kidding? In the Central region, who would dare to snatch Haijia? That's right. Even if he hangs it around his neck, no one would dare to touch him. The Nihility Sword is too powerful. This time Luo Tian is really dead. Ah, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. Looking at the swords that filled the sky, he said arrogantly, What nonsense are you talking about? Come, come. Let me see your bullshit nihility sword. What nihility sword intent? Give it all to me. Let me feel it. If it's strong, I'll accept it. If it can't withstand a single blow, then I don't want it. Excitement. He was inexplicably excited. Luo Tian was never afraid of having too many good things. Seeing that Hyasaurus's right hand was empty, he thought that there was nothing. If it wasn't for the people around him, he really wouldn't have known that Hyasaurus was holding a divine artifact that could condense sword intent. Seeing good things, Luo Tian's hands itched. He only thought of one thing in his heart: kill him. Humph! Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Hyasaurus's face darkened. He didn't want to waste any more words with Luo Tian. He glanced at the worried Yi Yunmeng not far away and said coldly, Yi Yunmeng, open your eyes wide and watch how he dies under my sword. Hyasaurus, how dare you? Yi Yunmeng's voice was filled with killing intent. But at this moment, the killing intent disappeared. She said in a low voice, I agree to all of Haijia's requests. I only ask that you let him go. As long as you let him go, I'll immediately go back to Haijia with you. Suddenly, Hyasaurus was slightly stunned. Then he laughed coldly, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that the proud daughter of Cloud Mist College, the king of assassins trained by the Yi family for 23 years, would give in. You agree to all of those conditions? Yi Yunmeng took a step forward and said, yes. The word yes was spoken. Hyasaurus's face suddenly changed. He was furious. He should be happy. However, he was furious. He was unusually angry and said heavily, You agreed to all of those conditions for a piece of trash. For this man, what position do you put my brother in? Yi Yunmeng, in my eyes, you're just a bitch. You don't deserve my brother's love. Brat, go to hell. He was furious because Yi Yunmeng had agreed to all of those conditions for Luo Tian. One should know that even an ordinary person wouldn't agree to those conditions. But Yi Yunmeng had agreed to all of them just to let Luo Tian go. If it was anyone else, he would have agreed. But if it was Luo Tian, he definitely couldn't. In Hyasaurus's world, his brother was everything. He couldn't tolerate any humiliation for anything related to his brother. Obviously, he thought that Yi Yunmeng was insulting his brother. So he was angry. Yi Yunmeng didn't expect that her words would make Hyasaurus even angrier. He was like a mad lion. Seeing the long swords in the sky turn into a sword dragon and rush towards Luo Tian, her heart suddenly sank and she exclaimed, Don't! At the same time, she rushed up in an instant. Yang Qi was the same. Bai Xiong and Bai Lingling were the same. The four of them rushed out almost at the same time. They wanted to block these long swords that were filled with the void sword intent for Luo Tian. Thousands of long swords could stab Luo Tian into meat paste. But Luo Tian's feet sank. He steadied himself and shouted, Don't come over! I can do it. Isn't it just the void sword intent? He stared at Hyasaurus, who was sneering at him, and said solemnly, I will show you what an invincible body is. God explosion. Buzz. Buzz. A ray of light shot out from the 5 elements on Luo Tian's body. His body leaned forward slightly, and the muscles all over his body were like steel, emitting a dark and bright, profound light, just like the domineering body released by One Piece. At this moment, Luo Tian said again, Back off. The further away you get from me, the better. Yang Qi suddenly stopped, looked at Luo Tian's firm and confident gaze, and pulled Yi Yunmeng, saying, Believe in him. Bai Xiong also pulled Bai Lingling and said, Master can definitely do it. The 4 of them stopped, but they didn't retreat far. They believed in Luo Tian. However, the surrounding people all revealed a trace of ridicule. Invincible body? Ha ha ha. Even an invincible body would turn into a pile of meat paste in the face of the void sword intent. Is he joking? The Nihility Divine Sword is a holy artifact, one of the 3 great treasures of Hygia. He actually said something about an invincible body. He must be joking. Everyone mocked. Hyosaurus was the same. He knew the power of the Nihility Divine Sword, and he had personally witnessed the power of the Nihility Sword intent. Even if his cultivation was increased by 100 times, he still wouldn't be able to resist it. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, his fists clenched tightly, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. He confidently took a step forward and took the lead to face the sword dragons that were charging down. He sneered in his heart. If you guys knew about Wolverine's ability, then maybe you would be afraid. Hyosaurus! Big chapter. He was only 10 votes away from a chrysanthemum. The old cow was begging for these 10 votes. Tomorrow, his wife would be discharged from the hospital, and the day after tomorrow, the old cow would write a few more chapters at home. Chapter 10:21. In addition to his sharp attacks, Wolverine's strongest point was his defense. To be precise, it should be his self-healing ability. No matter how serious the injury was, it could heal quickly. When Bai Yuan used the Overlord's Claw to crush Luo Tian and his body almost exploded, his self-healing ability was displayed. It was just that no one noticed it at that time because it was really too fast. Seeing a sword dragon made up of thousands of swords rushing towards him, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he charged forward. Hyosaurus sneered disdainfully, "You're courting death!" Nihility Divine Sword. Nihility Slash. He suddenly held the Nihility Divine Sword with both hands and slashed towards Luo Tian's head. Kacha! The sound of lightning striking down flashed in the sky, as if the void had split open. An extremely powerful Nihility Sword intent crushed out and converged with incomparably ferocious Sword Dragon, forming a super powerful impact force that almost caused the surrounding space to explode. Master! Luo Tian! Brother Luo! Several shouts sounded out from the surroundings. Their hearts suddenly hung in the air, but at this time, even if they rushed forward, there was nothing they could do. Even they themselves could not withstand Hyosaurus's move. Luo Tian's eyes were startled, and he roared out, "Come on!" Walala! Walala! One after another, long swords came crashing down, cutting through the void and stabbing towards Luo Tian's chest. They saw Luo Tian's chest was constantly flashing with flames, and at the same time it was also constantly scratching out wounds, causing blood to flow out. Of course, the wounds were also constantly healing at an astonishing speed. Moreover, only the first few swords injured Luo Tian. The swords behind could not hurt him at all. Every sword was bent by the force of the thrust, or broken. All of them fell from Luo Tian's chest one by one. Invincible body. What was an invincible body? This was it. So what if he was facing a divine artifact? It was completely useless against Wolverine. So what if he had the powerful void sword intent? It was still useless. Shocking. In an instant, everyone was stunned. They stared at Luo Tian in a daze, as if they were looking at a god. They watched him walk on the broken sword towards the Hyosaurus step by step. They all had the same question in their minds. Is he still human? Indeed, was he still human? Could a human do something like this? That was absolutely impossible. How powerful was the Nihility Divine Sword? It summoned the Nihility Sword intent and crushed all of its power onto Luo Tian's body, but he didn't take it seriously at all, and his body didn't have any injuries at all. This was something that was completely impossible, but it was happening right in front of them. Hyosaurus's strength was at the peak of the martial void realm. Although he could not fully display the divine power of the great void divine sword, it was enough to crush and kill a warrior of the 4 divisions realm. But now, he was an idiot, looking at Luo Tian walking towards him step by step. A genuine fear finally rose in his heart. Looking at Luo Tian's cold eyes, he felt that the person in front of him was not a human, but a grim reaper who was going to take his life. For this, he retreated step by step. The Nihility divine, sword in his hand, kept slashing out. Nihility slash, nihility slash, nihility slash, one after another. Sharp Nihility sword intent rushed out. When it hit Luo Tian's body only shook slightly. The attack power of the Nihility sword intent couldn't hurt him at all. He sneered and said, "Is this the so-called Nihility sword intent? Is this all you've got? Hyosaurus, a piece of trash like you dares to show off in front of me? What right do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Luo Tian looked up and saw the Nihility sword intent in the sky, slashing towards him. He waved his right hand and swept away the Nihility sword intent. Too weak. Now, I don't have the time to play with you anymore. The time for the transformation card was too late. If he didn't kill Hyosaurus now, he wouldn't have the chance anymore. Luo Tian didn't want to waste this transformation card. Immediately, the space between his eyebrows moved, his body suddenly leaned forward, and he said a word in a deep voice, "Break!" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's body rushed out like lightning, directly turning into an afterimage and piercing through the sword dragon's mouth like a sword. Walala, walala. The long sword that was originally controlled by the Nihility divine sword was suspended in midair. Under Luo Tian's attack, it directly fell to the ground in pieces. Even the Nihility sword intent was completely defeated by Luo Tian's Wolverine power. He was no match for it at all. Clang! Clang! Flames splattered everywhere, and the long sword flew everywhere. Then, what Nihility sword intent was there? These long swords were completely a pile of scrap iron. Stab! In the illusion, Luo Tian once again uttered the word stab. Before he finished speaking, his arms suddenly moved, his fists clenched, and the steel blade on the back of his hand directly pierced into Hyosaurus's waist. Poochie, poochie! Blood spurted out. Hyosaurus's face turned pale, his body trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. Looking at Luo Tian in front of him, he was scared, completely scared. This was the first time he was so scared since he was born. A sharp pain came from his waist, and his body shook violently. You dare to kill me? Hyosaurus was scared, but he still knew very well that he was from Hyjia, one of the strongest king forces in the central continent. No one dared to touch him. He still couldn't accept Luo Tian's arrogance, overbearingness, and complete disregard of his Hyjia existence. Who wasn't afraid of Hyjia? But the monster in front of him didn't take it seriously at all. Completely ignored. Of course, Luo Tian didn't know what Hyjia was, and didn't know how terrifying the Hyjia forces were. But even if this madman Luo Tian knew, he wouldn't be afraid at all. He would still kill Hyosaurus without hesitation. The reason was simple. It was because Hyosaurus made him very unhappy. Hyosaurus hurt his woman, touched his brother. These were all his bottom lines. If this bottom line was touched, then no matter if he was the king of heaven or the king of hell, he would still die. Luo Tian moved his mind. The steel blade suddenly retracted, and then slapped Hyosaurus's face. Pa! 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 His hands didn't stop, and the slaps didn't stop. In just a few seconds, he had slapped Hyosaurus dozens of times, and the arrogance that came from his bones disappeared. His arrogance was also gone. At this moment, he was like a dead dog in Luo Tian's hands, completely helpless. These dozens of slaps were from you when you slapped Yunming just now. You're asking for a beating. Luo Tian looked at the time of the transformation card again. There were only 10 seconds left. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. With a move of his right hand, the steel blade pierced out and swept out directly towards Hyosaurus's throat. Chapter 10:22. He peed. He directly peed. His crotch area was wet, and the liquid directly seeped out. His body and legs trembled. Looking at the cold light on the back of Luo Tian's hand, Hyosaurus was extremely regretful. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have provoked him. He should have knelt down in front of him. That way, he could have still kept his life. But now he was scared. He was so scared that he peed. Don't! I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Hyosaurus shouted loudly. His heart was filled with fear. He did not dare to look at Luo Tian again, because looking at Luo Tian was like looking at the god of death. Luo Tian had already left a psychological shadow in his heart. Go to hell! Luo Tian shouted angrily, and the steel blade slashed down. Whoosh! Swish! He stabbed nothing. Luo Tian's eyes were shocked, and his heart suddenly sank. At this distance, relying on Wolverine's strength, it was impossible for him to stab nothing. Moreover, Hyosaurus was already scared out of his wits. He simply did not have the strength to escape. The only possibility was he was saved by someone. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's heart suddenly tightened. The person who could save Hyosaurus at this speed must be an expert among experts, and it might be the kind of expert that Wolverine could not deal with. Luo Tian's body stopped, and his eyes swept around. He saw that on the roof of a moving building, there was an old man in black, holding Hyosaurus, who was already trembling with fear. At this moment, his face was pale. The moment he found that he was not dead, his expression immediately became ferocious. Elderlong, kill him for me. Kill him, you must kill him. The old man called Elderlong stood on the roof, looking at Luo Tian with two shining eyes. Although they were hundreds of meters apart, being stared at by those two sharp eyes, Luo Tian felt uncomfortable all over, and a very irritable feeling surged up. This feeling was because of the old man's gaze. Expert, a real expert, a strong expert that could make one's limbs weak and unable to move with just one glance. Luo Tian's heart sank. At the same time, his mind immediately clasped the Thor transformation card. As long as the old man in black rushed towards him, he would not hesitate to transform into Thor. However, the old man in black did not move, and only looked at Luo Tian. Hyosaurus was very dissatisfied that the old man in black did not kill Luo Tian, and directly shouted, Longjiu Haijia raised you to listen to Haijia. I now order you to kill him. Kill him in the cruelest way possible. He did not want to see Luo Tian again. At the same time, Hyosaurus was very clear that Luo Tian had left a psychological shadow in his heart. If Luo Tian did not die, this shadow would always remain in his heart, and it would have a great impact on his cultivation, and he would never be able to break through. If this was the case, then his status in Haijia would sharply decline. His status in Cloud, Mist College would be the same. He did not want this to happen, so he must kill Luo Tian. He did not dare to do it himself, but Longjiu could. With his cultivation, killing Luo Tian was just a blink of an eye. Longjiu did not look at Hyosaurus and said slightly, I am only responsible for protecting you, not listening to your orders. If you want to kill him, then you can do it yourself. I will never care about your life or death. Hyosaurus's face changed, and he stared at Longjiu. You old thing! How dare you not listen to my orders? Don't you know who I am? Longjiu was not angry and said lightly, If it was not because your surname is Haijia, you would already be dead. You have already lost the face of Haijia, and you still want to show off, don't you feel ashamed? If it were me, I would leave here immediately without saying a word. Being said like this, Hyosaurus was even angrier, but he did not dare to go down by himself, because he was afraid of Luo Tian, and he was scared to death. However, his surname was Hai, and he was a member of the Hai family. He was the only member of the Hai family in the central continent. He was extremely arrogant in his bones. At this time, Hyosaurus knew that Longjiu would not help him kill Luo Tian, but he wanted Luo Tian to die. His eyes were cold, and he sneered and said, Luo Tian, do you want to save Yi Yunmeng, that bitch? Come to Misty City. Only I have the antidote for the black dragon, scorpion, king poison in her. If you want to save her, come to Misty City, come to Cloud Mist College. As long as you dare to come, I will definitely hand over the antidote. Of course, if you don't dare to come, then you are really a useless coward. Yunming, I advise you not to like this kind of coward. He was provoking Luo Tian. He wanted Luo Tian to come to Misty City, Cloud Mist College. This was the place where he could cover the sky with one hand in Haijia. It was also his Hyasaurus territory. As long as Luo Tian dared to come, he had 1,000 ways to kill him. Hyasaurus laughed and said, Luo Tian, do you have the guts? Ha. As soon as his voice faded, Long Ju looked at Luo Tian seriously again, and then picked up Hyasaurus, who was still soaking in urine, and disappeared from sight. At this time, Luo Tian's body suddenly changed, and a series of gurgling sounds came out. Change into Luo Tian's original body. Huff! Luo Tian took 2 deep breaths, and then walked towards Yunming. Looking at the huge black spots on her face, looking at the tears on her cheeks, his heart ached. It was also at this time Yunming quickly picked up the cloak on the ground and hurriedly retreated. Don't look at me, Luo Tian, don't misunderstand. I only treat you as a younger brother. I don't like you. Don't think too much. Go to Misty City, Cloud Mist College for me. If that's the case, I will only laugh at you for being brainless. Hyasaurus is obviously trying to provoke you. He wants you to go to Misty City to kill you. His voice was a little cold. Yunming deliberately said this. She didn't want Luo Tian to carry too many things. Moreover, she was very clear about how strong Haijia was and how much power Haijia had in Misty City. Half of Misty City belonged to Haijia, and even the royal family of Central State was afraid of Haijia. In Misty City, Haijia could really cover the sky with one hand. Luo Tian didn't walk up, looking at the silly queen under the black cloak, his hand secretly clenched, and said in his heart, I will definitely get rid of the poison in your body. I will definitely make Hyasaurus pay the price. His heart was ruthless. He was very unhappy that Hyasaurus was rescued. But facing Long Jiu, even if Wolverine's transformation card was long enough, he was afraid that he was not his opponent. To deal with Hyasaurus, the transformation of Wolverine could absolutely crush him. But it didn't mean that he was invincible. There were many strong people in the ancient world, and those awesome people in the movies in his previous life were not absolutely invincible in this world. Luo Tian kept looking at Yunming, not daring to step forward. He was afraid that Yunming would escape. But after he stood for a few seconds, Yunming still sneered and said, Luo Tian, I am not worthy of you doing so much for me. Work hard. I believe that one day this world will tremble for you. At the same time, speaking of this, Yunming glanced at Bai Lingling, who was not far away, smiled softly, and said, Take care of the people around you. Cherish them. As soon as her voice fell, Yunming's black shadow moved and landed in the crowd, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The other 2 Cloud Mist College female students also hurriedly followed. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Too fierce. This is the most exciting battle I've ever seen in my life. This kid is too strong. Even if he's facing Hai Yulong, even if he's facing the Great Void Divine Sword, he doesn't put them in his eyes at all. Bai Yuan is considered a top master in Lingyun City, but he was directly killed by him. Too strong. There were all kinds of discussions in the crowd. All the topics revolved around Luo Tian. The disciples of the house of Bai all put down the weapons in their hands, knelt down, and did not dare to make a sound. And the current head of the Ouyang family was hidden in the crowd. When he heard that his son was killed, he immediately rushed over with the elites of the Ouyang family. Originally, he was fully prepared and planned to take down the house of Bai in a short time, but now he hid in the crowd and did not dare to come out. His disciples did not ask either. It was very simple. Luo Tian was not even afraid of Haijia. Why would he be afraid of a small silver force like the Ouyang family? In addition, Bai Qi's strength had recovered. It was very disadvantageous to make a move at this time. Deng family. Deng Leigong was even more fearful. He trembled a few times. He was shocked by the power that erupted from Luo Tian's body. He kept asking himself, if he was Bai Yuan, would he be able to withstand it? Or would he be killed instantly like him? He was very glad that he did not make a move last night. He was glad that Yi Yunming's appearance saved the Deng family, otherwise he did not know what the consequences would have been. The Hyosaurus was rescued, and the happiest person was Bai Qi. Seeing that everyone was talking about it, Bai Qi suddenly said loudly, "From today onwards, Luo Tian is my son-in-law and a member of the House of Bai. If anyone dares to touch him, I will kill their whole family." Luo Tian kept looking in the direction that Yi Yunming disappeared, so he did not hear what Bai Qi said. However, Bai Lingling's face turned red, and she said shyly, "Dad, what are you saying? I don't like him." While they were talking, she looked at Luo Tian. Seeing his absent-minded appearance, a bit of jealousy appeared in her heart. She slightly stomped her feet and secretly became angry. Yang Qi smiled and walked to Luo Tian's side. He patted his shoulder and said, "Brother Luo, congratulations, ha ha ha! After today's battle, your name will resound throughout the central region. I'm afraid that your name will appear on both the Demon Gate and the Sex Bounty list. From today onwards, you have to be careful." Huh. Luo Tian collected his thoughts, looked at Yang Qi, and suddenly asked, "Brother Yang, I want to ask, is the antidote for Yi Yunming's Black Dragon Scorpion King poison only in Haijia?" Yang Qi was stunned, and his expression became serious. He said, "You don't really want to go to Yunlan City, do you?" Luo Tian nodded heavily and said, "I want to F***CK Haijia." Big chapter. 5 chapters will be released tomorrow, begging for monthly votes, begging for chrysanthemum. Chapter 10:23. Lingyun City, the House of Bai. In the main hall of the House of Bai, Bai Qi's gaze was murderous. The aura around him was extremely threatening. In the main hall, about half of the elders of the House of Bai were members of the House of Bai. They were his brothers or his close relatives. They couldn't even say a word now. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Bai Qi. Suddenly, someone raised his head slightly and said carefully, "Master, we also made the wrong choice because we were bewitched by Bai Yuan. However, we didn't do anything to let down the House of Bai. We also didn't hurt the 2 children, Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. When Luo Tian stood out, we also retreated to the side and didn't do anything, yes. Yes, we really didn't do anything. We thought that you wouldn't be able to come back. The House of Bai can't be without a master for a day. That's why someone spoke first. Soon after, the others followed suit. Bai Qi's gaze turned cold. He said softly, "Forget it. This matter is over. You all have to pay the price for your mistakes. We are willing to accept the punishment." Yes, we are willing to accept the punishment. Several elders immediately spoke up. Bai Qi said calmly, "I'll reduce your salaries by half and distribute the remaining half to the disciples of the House of Bai. Do you have any objections?" They had to be punished. Otherwise, what dignity would he have left as the master of the family? Of course, the degree of punishment had to be moderate. Otherwise, it would backfire. These elders were considered strong members of the House of Bai. Without them, it would be difficult for Bai Qi to hold on. However, even without them, as long as the elite disciples of the House of Bai were still around, the House of Bai would not collapse. Reducing the salary of the elders and increasing the cultivation resources of the elite disciples, this was a very clever move. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. Although they were unwilling, they didn't dare to speak up. If they spoke up, it would be equivalent to denying the punishment. If that happened, it would definitely incur the wrath of the disciples of the House of Bai. In the end, they might not even be able to stay in the House of Bai. No objection. We are willing. His tone was a little soft, not as tough as before. Bai Qi smiled gently and said, "All right, then it's decided. There's one more thing. This time, the House of Bai will be participating in the Cloud Mist College's Disciple Selection Competition. Do you have any thoughts?" Of course it's for Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. The 2 spots will be given to the other disciples of the house of Bai. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong are both quite talented. I think they have a good chance of being selected. When the time comes, the house of Bai will be able to catch up with the Deng family. Bai Qi nodded and said, "These 2 spots will be given to them, even if you don't say anything. Do you have any thoughts about the other 2 spots?" While they were talking, Bai Qi looked at one of the elders. That elder frowned. He didn't immediately understand what Bai Qi meant, but he didn't say anything either. Another elder said, "Bai Han is not bad. His cultivation and talent are top-notch among the disciples of the house of Bai. This time he should be able to assist Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. Bai Han is indeed not bad. However, he's not qualified to participate in the Cloud Mist College's selection." Bai Qi immediately denied it without thinking. He looked at that elder again. In the house of Bai, Bai Han's talent and cultivation were higher than Bai Lingling. Logically speaking, he should be qualified to participate. However, more importantly, Bai Han was Bai Yuan's nephew. Furthermore, Bai Qi didn't want to give these 2 spots to any of the disciples of the house of Bai. All of a sudden, that elder finally understood the meaning of Bai Qi's words and immediately said, "Has anyone thought of a person who is greatly indebted to the house of Bai? I think we should give this spot to him." Bai Qi showed a serious expression and said, "Who is it?" The elder said, "Luo Tian. If he didn't kill Bai Yuan, our house of Bai might be in a different state. Perhaps the house of Bai would be surrounded by the 4 great families. I know that the Ouyang family secretly mobilized all the elites of the Ouyang family to hide around the house of Bai because of the marriage between Ouyang Yi and Bai Lingling. If it wasn't for Luo Tian's appearance, the house of Bai would probably be in a bloodbath. In order to repay him, I think we should give him a spot." The corners of Bai Qi's mouth revealed a faint smile. He was the head of the house of Bai. He had the right to decide anything. However, regarding this matter, he hoped that someone would bring it up. Only then would it be justified. Without waiting for the other elders to speak, he said, "Yes, we should give him a spot. However, I think 1 spot is too little. Let's give him 2 spots. As for how he uses it, that's his business. It can be considered as the house of Bai's repayment to him." The spots for the Cloud Mist College selection were very precious. There were a total of 20 of the 5 great families in Cloud Mist City. In the outside world, 1 spot was worth hundreds of thousands of mystic coins. Participating in the selection was a kind of supreme glory. Bai Qi suddenly gave 2 spots for the house of Bai to Luo Tian because he didn't want the disciples of the house of Bai's elders to have any chance of participating in the selection. He was indirectly weakening the elders' power. Bai Yuan usurped the throne. His own daughter was captured and almost married to Ouyang Yi, who couldn't do anything. Bai Qi didn't show it on the surface, but he was extremely angry in his heart. All the talk about Bai Yuan's bewitchment was fake. In the face of huge benefits, even his most trusted aide, Bai Shan, betrayed him, let alone these people. However, he was very clear about one thing. He couldn't touch these people, or else, once these elders joined forces, they might take over his position as the clan leader. He could only slowly weaken them. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. They all had objections in their hearts. 1 qualification was enough. What did he need so many qualifications for? Wasn't this clearly weakening them? Moreover, he had already announced to the public that Luo Tian was his son-in-law. In other words, Bai Qi alone got 4 spots. It could be said that he was extremely domineering. However, without waiting for them to object, Bai Qi stood up and smiled. "It seems like no one has any objections. Then this matter is decided. I'll go tell him. Quickly restore the order of the house of Bai. The disciples' cultivation needs to be improved. After the house of Bai went through such a change, the other 4 families are eyeing us. We need to quickly improve." As he finished, Bai Qi didn't even turn his head as he walked out of the meeting hall. He left behind a bunch of stunned elders. They were all stunned. However, no one dared to take the lead. They could only hate in their hearts. House of Bai, another courtyard. Haha, you little brat are really domineering and arrogant. Even Hygia's Hyosaurus was scared to the point of peeing. Haze, if I could see that scene, I would definitely feel great. Ha! Dongfang Shua happily laughed out loud. Today, the first chapter of the 5 chapters has been delivered. Brothers with monthly votes, vote! Chapter 1024. In the courtyard, Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai were both elated. When they found out about this matter, they were exceptionally excited. Luo Tian looked at the bloodstains on their bodies. His heart sank and he was unhappy. However, the current House of Bai was not the House of Bai of yesterday. If not, he would definitely make the people who beat them pay the price. What are you so happy about? Bai Qi walked into the courtyard with a smile on his face. Behind him followed Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong. White Bear immediately ran over and gave a silly smile. Master. Luo Tian nodded his head and smiled. Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai both stood up and smiled politely at Bai Qi. Sorry for making you suffer. I feel guilty. Bai Qi looked at the bloodstains on their bodies and immediately cupped his fists. He then said, The few House of Bai disciples who tortured you in the dungeon have all been secretly killed. I will definitely pursue this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice. Dongfang Shua smiled. Forget it. Most of the people who captured us are dead. They have paid the price. Actually, the two of them were very clear about it. If not for Luo Tian, this matter would not have been so simple. Bai Qi naturally knew that Dongfang Shua had lost power in the Dongfang family. Even if he was killed, the Dongfang family would not send a single person. As for Yao Hai, it was even simpler. Luo Tian also understood and said, Let's forget about this matter. Oh, right. Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling and said, The mission has been completed. You should fulfill your promise. He needed money now. He needed a large amount of profound coins. He wanted to unseal all the martial arts he had practiced in the profound sky continent. He needed to upgrade these martial arts. He wanted to kill his way to Misty Cloud City. He wanted to turn the entire Hai family upside down. So, in front of Bai Qi, Luo Tian did not feel embarrassed. Bai Lingling was a little angry in her heart and secretly said, Humph, I knew you were a miser. You definitely wouldn't forget about the matter of cultivation coins. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Qi took a step forward and said with a smile, I've heard about the mission. Brother Luo, you also know that the House of Bai is very unstable after this incident. Who knows when it might be swallowed up by other families. So, can you change the way you spend that 150,000 cultivation coins? Right. I heard that you are going to Misty Cloud City. I have a spot for the Cloud Mist College's selection. You can participate on behalf of the House of Bai. If you agree, the 15 mystic coins will be offset. What do you think? Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian with a grin. He looked very sneaky. Luo Tian felt that he had been tricked by her. Bai Qi was well aware of the dangers of Misty Cloud City. However, he understood Luo Tian even more. Even if she didn't give him a spot for the Cloud Mist College, he would still go to Misty Cloud City alone. Rather than that, he might as well enter Misty Cloud City as a student of Cloud Mist College. This way, even the Haijia wouldn't dare to openly attack him. Bai Lingling was stunned. Father, that's a spot for the House of Bai. How can you give it to an outsider? Bai Xiong smiled and said, Master, then we can go together. Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai were shocked and immediately said, Promise him, promise him. The value of this spot is much higher than 150,000 cultivation coins. A spot in the black market is worth at least 300,000 cultivation coins. Luo Tian looked at Bai Qi and thought of his strongest little brother Lindong. He raised 2 fingers and said, 2. Bai Qi didn't even think about it and immediately said with a grin, Deal. F***CK. Why do I feel like I've been tricked by you? Luo Tian was a little depressed. Looking at Bai Chi's expression, he must have planned this beforehand. Cultivation coins were important, but to him, this spot was also very important. There was no doubt about it. Bai Chi smiled and said, "What are you talking about? You're my son-in-law. Why would I scheme against my own son-in-law? Luo Tian, let me tell you, I only have one daughter. If you don't take good care of her, I won't let you go." "Father!" Bai Lingling's face turned red as she shyly called out and angrily stomped her feet. Bai Chi smiled and said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Father knows what you're thinking. Isn't it just that this brat likes Yunmeng? Cloud Mist College's proud daughter of heaven, the Ice Queen. Not to mention him. Any man would like her. Although she's poisoned now, there will definitely be a day when she'll be cured. She'll be the big one, and you'll be the little one. It's normal for the strong to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Luo Tian was immediately dumbfounded. Was this still his father? He actually said such words. Luo Tian was a little speechless. However, at this time he still said very seriously, Yunmeng can't be the big one." "What, brat? Don't tell me you want my daughter to be the big one? That's even better, haha," Bai Chi said with a laugh as if he didn't care about his daughter's marriage. However, he was very clear in his heart. If he didn't seize the opportunity for his daughter now, then Bai Lingling might miss him for the rest of her life. He also knew that Bai Lingling liked Luo Tian. As her father, he naturally wouldn't let it go. A few black lines hung on Luo Tian's forehead. He really didn't know how Bai Chi became the head of the House of Bai. He glanced at Bai Lingling and said, "I still have women I like in the Tianxin continent, and it's not just one. I entered the ancient continent this time to find the antidote for the soul poison and save my woman. Once I find the antidote, I'll return to the Tianxin continent." "Good brat. I knew you had women in the Tianxin continent. I really didn't misjudge you, ha ha ha. It's normal for the strong to have a few women. I believe my daughter won't object." Bai Chi wasn't surprised at all. In any case, he wholeheartedly wanted to press his daughter to Luo Tian's belt. Bai Chi smiled and asked in a low voice, "Can you reveal how many there are? I also want to know where my daughter is ranked." 9. Luo Tian included, and Chen Chen, what a beast! Bai Chi was stunned by this number. However, he became even more excited. He directly looked at his daughter, whose cheeks were as red as a piece of paper, and said earnestly, "Yunmeng is ranked 10th. You're ranked 11th. 11th, you have to be more sensible in the future. You have to give in to those sisters, understand?" Bai Lingling was so angry that she was about to burst into tears. She stomped her feet and fiercely looked at Luo Tian. I'm not coming." Bai Chi laughed, ha ha. "What's there to be shy about as a girl, ha ha ha," at this moment. Dongfang Shua's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Luo Tian. "You just said soul poison." The 2nd chapter has been delivered. There are 3 more chapters tonight. Chapter 10:25. Dongfang Shua's words caused Luo Tian to be shocked. Luo Tian looked at him seriously and said, "Brother Dongfang, you know about the soul poison?" That was why he had entered the ancient world. Every day he was thinking about Shui. Dongfang Shua looked at Luo Tian's nervous expression and said, "I know a little, but why would the soul poison appear in your Tianxian continent? Logically speaking, it's impossible to appear. Even in the ancient world, very few people know about this poison. As for the antidote, it's even more unknown." He felt strange. Luo Tian didn't understand the soul poison. He only knew that the poison in Shui, Er's body, was poisoned by the Soul King. How it was done, what the poison looked like, he didn't know anything. However, no matter how difficult it was to cure the soul poison, he wouldn't give up. Luo Tian said excitedly, "Do you know? No matter how difficult it is, I will get the antidote." Dongfang Shua said, "I know very little. When my father was alive, he once talked about the soul poison with someone. At that time, I didn't listen carefully and didn't remember everything. I only know that it's very troublesome to cure this poison." Luo Tian asked, "Who is this person? Does he know the antidote's formula? Brother Dongfang, tell me quickly." Finally, he saw a glimmer of hope. Luo Tian was like a headless fly in the primordial continent. He scurried everywhere, searching for the antidote. He asked many people, but none of them knew of the antidote to the soul poison. In fact, they had never even heard of such a poison. Tianqian continent was the origin continent. Although it was a low-end plane, it gave birth to all kinds of powerful things. Dongfang Shua said, "I don't know that person's name. I only know that he's from Yunlan Academy and he's an alchemist. He's around 50 years old, and he only appeared once in the Dongfang family, and that was when I was young. Whether he's still in Yunlan Academy now, I don't know." Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He turned to look at Bai Qi and said, "When will Cloud Mist College's disciple selection begin? I want to go to Cloud Mist College." He couldn't wait any longer, but Luo Tian knew very well that there was only one way to enter Cloud Mist College, and that was to become a student there. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter Cloud Mist College. In order to find that man, Luo Tian had to be strong enough. Bai Qi was slightly startled and said, There's still 3 days before the selection begins. All right, I will definitely become a student of Cloud Mist College." Luo Tian said firmly. Bai Qi immediately laughed. "Ha ha, I believe in you. You definitely won't let me down." As long as Luo Tian became a student of Cloud Mist College, then the House of Bai would truly have a foothold in Lingyun City, just like the Deng family. The other families wouldn't have any ideas about him, and he believed in Luo Tian. To be able to leave a psychological shadow in Hyasaurus, who was at the peak of the martial void realm, Luo Tian's potential was limitless. For 3 consecutive days, Luo Tian closed his door and didn't come out. He was cultivating his cultivation technique and planning these things. In these 3 days, Yang Qi came once. However, he was here to bid farewell. He knew that Luo Tian was going to Cloud Mist College, so he didn't stop him. He only gave him the undying old man's undying token. As long as the disciples of the devil's sect chased after him, as long as he took out the token, no one would dare to make a move. Luo Tian rejected, but Yang Qi insisted on giving it to him. He had no choice but to accept it. Before leaving, Yang Qi asked a question, asking if he was Hulk. Luo Tian nodded his head and admitted it, following which, Yang Qi laughed excitedly. Luo Tian gripped the black medallion with a ferocious face engraved on it. A sinister aura emanated from his hand, like the evil aura of hell. Without thinking too much about it, he placed it in his space ring and ignored it. 3 days later, Luo Tian walked out of the courtyard. Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai followed behind him and said, "Luo Tian, you can definitely do it. Believe in yourself." Luo Tian smiled and said, "I definitely can." After Luo Tian left, Dongfang Shua let out a breath and said, "After so many things have happened, I have seen the Dongfang family clearly. Since he treated me like this, if I don't do anything, then I am not called Dongfang Shua. Brother Yao, let's prepare to go to Misty City. Let's go to Misty City before Luo Tian. When the time comes, we will celebrate in Misty City." Yao Hai laughed and said, "I think that's fine." During the period when they were locked up in the House of Bai, the two of them had a very deep friendship. Yao Hai also had nowhere to go. The two of them went together. After packing up their things, Dongfang Shua and Yao Hai left the city and walked in the direction of Misty City. In Dongfang Shua's heart, there was still one thing related to blood spirit energy. Misty City was the #1 city in Zhongzhou, and there were many large-scale auctions. There would definitely be high-grade blood spirit energy. Dongfang Xiong, you wait for me. I am back. Luo Tian walked out of the House of Bai. Just nice. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong were waiting for him outside the House of Bai. Seeing Luo Tian, Bai Xiong immediately smiled and greeted, "Master." Luo Tian smiled and said, "In the future, don't call me master, just call me boss." The age difference was not big, so calling Luo Tian master made him feel awkward. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian with disdain and said, "Che, as expected of a hooligan, like to be called boss." Luo Tian did not say anything and directly slapped Bai Lingling's little butt. "Pa!" Luo Tian shouted. "What kind of attitude is that? Is your butt itching again? When you see me, you don't call me big brother. Did you forget what you promised me a few days ago? You have to call me big brother for the rest of your life." Bai Lingling gritted her teeth and said, "You dare to hit me, you, stinking hooligan, dare to hit me. Do you know where you are? This is the house of Bai, my territory. You dare to hit me." Without waiting for her to finish, Luo Tian's palm landed on her little buttocks again, and he said, "So what if I hit you? So what if I hit you? If I hit my own wife, who can touch me? You ask the people of the house of Bai to come out. Is it illegal for me to hit my own wife?" You, Bai Lingling was so angry that smoke came out of her head. The 2 consecutive slaps made her but extremely painful. Luo Tian's words made her angry and secretly happy. She was angry that Luo Tian said those words on the street made her angry, and secretly happy that Luo Tian treated her as his wife. However, more anger than joy, Bai Lingling's eyes moved and shouted, "Others are afraid of you, but I am not." Then, the aura on her body suddenly changed. Luo Tian was stunned and said, "Oh, the essence condensation realm." Bai Xiong, you also broke through the essence condensation realm? Chapter 3. Chapter 10:26. In just 3 days, both of them broke through. Both of them were at the first level of the essence condensation realm. This made Luo Tian a little surprised. In these 3 days, the 2 of them had been cultivating in seclusion to prepare for the Cloud Mist College's disciple selection. This was the most important selection in their lives, so they had to prepare with all their might. Bai Xiong smiled and said, "We've been in seclusion for 3 days. Dad gave us the beast cores. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. It's all to prepare for this selection. I heard that in Lingyun City alone, there are more than 30 elites among the elites. Even the weakest of them is a mid-level talent. Moreover, the 30 of us aren't very strong compared to the thousands of disciples in the southwest region. I really don't know if we can break through." Bai Lingling glanced at Luo Tian and said, "We're not as perverted as a certain someone. Transformations, expensive techniques, and divine artifacts. Brother, don't talk so much with him. Let's hurry up and sign up." Bai Lingling's tone was filled with jealousy, because Luo Tian's cultivation was lower than hers, but his strength was many times stronger than hers. Bai Xiong also reminded, "Master, let's hurry up and sign up. The earlier we register, the more advantageous it is for our ranking. Those who register early will have a huge advantage." Luo Tian was stunned and asked, "What's the advantage of registering early? Could it be that those who register early will have to fight those who register early? A group of weak people will be eliminated?" Bai Xiong was a little surprised and said, "Master, you know about it? It's this kind of competition rule, but this is only in the 2nd stage. The 1st stage isn't like this. In the past, those who register late will enter a more cruel environment, and it will be extremely difficult for them to survive. Those who register early will have the choice of the trial environment. However, the rules may change every year. Even the rules in every big city are different. Anyway, these are all decided by the people from the Cloud Mist College branch. We can only listen to them. If you don't agree, they will not let you participate. When we go to the registration area later, we have to be more polite. My father has already prepared 50,000 cultivation coins for me." Bai Xiong patted the bulging money pouch on his waist, which he used to bribe the examiners. This was a very normal method. 50,000 cultivation coins was considered a small amount. Some families would even offer a few 100,000 cultivation coins in exchange for a good ranking number. This was one of the key factors that determined the results, so it could be seen how important the ranking was. Luo Tian nodded, but didn't say anything. At this moment, Bai Lingling couldn't help but say, "You asked for 2 spots in the House of Bai, and each person can only participate once. Could it be that you have a clone?" Luo Tian glared at her and said, "What kind of tone is that? You have to be more polite when you talk to your husband, or else I'll spank you until your butt blossoms. Don't think that I won't dare to hit you on the streets. Did you forget what you promised me? Call me good brother first." Bai Lingling rolled her eyes at him and decided not to ask any more questions, although she really wanted to know why Luo Tian wanted 2 spots, but she really couldn't call him good brother in front of so many people on the streets. The 3 of them walked to the Cloud Mist College branch in Lingyun City for 10 minutes. Before they arrived, they heard the heated discussion in the distance. Most of them were talking about the selection competition. At this moment, the door was still closed, but the line was already very long. Other than the disciples of the 5 great families, there were also some disciples from small sections. They had very few spots, but this was a chance for them to jump through the Dragon Gate. As long as a disciple became a student of Cloud Mist College, they would instantly rise and become an influential family in Lingyun City. There are so many people. There are far more people watching than participating. Bai Xiong sighed and then said, "Master, I'll go line up first." As he spoke, he ran up. Bai Lingling looked at the people in the line and said, "The strength of these disciples this year is much higher than last year. It seems that this year will be even more difficult." The warriors in the line were basically all above the essence condensation realm. Only a few of them were at the 4 symbols realm. Moreover, there were a few warriors whose cultivation had already reached the peak of the essence condensation realm. This was something that had never happened in previous years. Luo Tian swept his gaze around, as if he was searching for something. Bai Lingling couldn't help but ask, "Are you looking for someone?" Luo Tian said yes. Bai Lingling asked again, "Who are you looking for? You didn't sell the Bai family's 4th spot, did you? You stingy person, you must have sold it. A spot can be sold for hundreds of thousands of cultivation coins. Aren't you too greedy?" Luo Tian looked at Bai Lingling from head to toe and said earnestly, "If I'm not greedy, how can I afford to raise a rich young lady like you? And my 10 wives, in order to raise you all, I have to work so hard." Who's your wife?" Bai Lingling's face flushed red as she said angrily. Luo Tian said with a smile, "Of course it's you. Your father has already betrothed you to me. Do you still want to run away from the marriage? Let me tell you, I have a bad temper. If you dare to run away from the marriage, your butt will definitely bloom." Bai Lingling became even angrier. She stared at Luo Tian angrily and said, "I don't want to marry you." Then she strode away and went to line up. In her heart, she had the ruthless thoughts of a little woman. "I don't want to marry a stinky hooligan like you. I don't want to marry a stingy person like you. I don't want to. At the same time, she couldn't wait to marry Luo Tian immediately. For the 10th place, Luo Tian looked around and thought, "Why isn't he here yet? Didn't the letter arrive?" He gave the 4th spot to Lindong. As long as he received the training of Cloud Mist College, his cultivation would definitely increase rapidly. This was one of his strongest subordinates. In the future, he would definitely stand at the peak of martial arts. Thinking of Lindong, Luo Tian couldn't help but become excited. If I were to gather an army novel's main character as my subordinate, then I would really be able to sweep through the world. If I meet a god, I would kill a god. If I meet a goddess, I would just snatch her away. Ha ha ha, not long after, a familiar figure finally appeared. Seeing Luo Tian in the crowd, he immediately ran up with a smile on his face and said, "Boss!" "Sai, call me that again." Luo Tian felt that he was the first person who could make Lindong call him boss, right? This feeling was too amazing. Ha ha ha. Martial Yin Yang was one of his favorite novels. Lindong immediately said, Boss! Luo Tian placed a hand on Lin Dong's shoulder and said, "Do you want to participate in this selection?" The strongest underling, of course, had to be nurtured with the strongest resources. Luo Tian had already begun to plan to create the strongest army of underlings. He also wanted to establish his own power in the ancient world, a power that surpassed the king, and that was the transcendent power. The first chapter had been delivered. Last night his daughter cried a lot, and his wife had just finished her surgery. He really didn't have time to write. Originally there were 5 chapters, but now there were only 3 chapters. Old Cow didn't say much. If he said more, it would just be an excuse. Today there would be 5 chapters. If he couldn't do it, he would chop off his bullwhip. Also, today he wouldn't ask for a single monthly vote. Tonight, there would definitely be 4 chapters. Chapter 10:27. When Luo Tian discovered Lin Dong, he had this thought. However, at that time it was just a thought. After experiencing Hyosaurus, he knew how strong Hyja's power was. Since, in the ancient world, power was king, then why not create a power that belonged to him? A brand new power, a power that was filled with the strongest of the strong. And the power he wanted to create would definitely surpass the level of the strongest, reaching the level of a transcendent. Lin Dong's discovery was just the beginning. Luo Tian was very clear that since the system allowed him to trigger this mission, then there would be a follow-up mission. Xiao Yan, Lin Li, Luo Feng, Tang Sen, etc. A series of powerful main characters would appear. With these powerful main characters, why would he worry about not reaching the level of a transcendent power? This was absolute, but it was also necessary. Wasn't Haijia's power powerful? Weren't they the pinnacle of the strongest? Then he would use his power to crush them, using absolute transcendent power to crush them. Let's see if they still have the right to show off in front of him. Lin Dong smiled and said, "Of course I want to. Who doesn't want to become a student of the Cloud Mist Academy? You should know that the Cloud Mist Academy is the most advanced institution in the world. It is the palace in every warrior's heart. Being able to enter the Cloud Mist Academy is something to be proud of for your entire life. However, a slot in the black market is worth over 300,000 cultivation coins, and it's priceless. Which family would take out a slot to sell? Everyone wants to take a gamble. You have to know that once you succeed, even if you enter the second stage of the exam, your influence will still be terrifying." Luo Tian laughed lightly. "You can think about it. As for other things, you don't have to worry." Lin Dong's face was shocked. He looked at Luo Tian and said excitedly, "Boss, did you help me get a slot?" Luo Tian laughed. "As the boss, of course I have to think for my little brother. Ha ha ha." Lingyun City didn't have many training resources. To a wandering practitioner, it was even rarer. Staying in Lingyun City would only bury him. Luo Tian did not want to waste Lin Dong's potential. Even if all the super geniuses in the world were added together, they could not compare to him. He was like a piece of unpolished jade that had not been polished. Once he was polished, he would definitely blind everyone's eyes. Lin Dong was so moved that he almost cried. He knew very well how precious a spot was. Luo Tian treated him like this, and his heart secretly tightened again. He said with extreme gratitude, "In the future, no matter how high I, Lin Dong, achieve or how far I can go in martial arts, he will always be my boss, and I will always be his little brother." Ding! Suddenly, Luo Tian's body suddenly rang with a notification. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for taking in his first disciple, Lin Dong. Disciple, Lin Dong level. 3rd level of condensing essence potential value. 5 stars cultivation points. 5 stars Lin Dong's attributes appeared in Luo Tian's mind. The disciple system was activated. This was the new attribute of the 2nd rank system. Luo Tian's heart secretly rejoiced and once again confirmed. It's right. Just based on this, he is definitely the Lin Dong of martial yin yang. The strongest little brother army is about to be born. Ha ha ha! Excited. Luo Tian inexplicably became excited. Patting Lin Dong's shoulder, Luo Tian smiled and said, There's no need to be a little brother. We are all brothers, and brothers should take care of each other. Luo Tian laughed like an idiot in his heart. Lin Dong became his little brother. Ha ha ha, he had kicked a treasure. Lin Dong nodded heavily and said, "Yes, boss." Clang! The sound of a door opening. At this moment, the door of Cloud Mist College's Lingyun City branch opened. A few old men walked out from the door. An old man in a white robe stepped forward and said with a smile, "The registration begins now." It's starting. Master, hurry up and line up. You stand in front of me. Bai Xiong immediately waved at Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked at Lin Dong and said, "Let's go and register." Lin Dong immediately followed Luo Tian and walked up. Bai Lingling looked at Lin Dong with astonishment in her eyes. She looked at Luo Tian and said, "You gave him a spot." Luo Tian did not stand in front of Bai Xiong and said, "What's wrong? You know him?" Lin Dong smiled bitterly and said, "I am trash in Lingyun City. Everyone in the same generation knows me. Miss Bai naturally knows me too, haha." Among his peers, there was no one who did not know Lin Dong. In many people's eyes, he was a trash who could not cultivate. It was a bit like Luo Tian when he first came to Tianjin continent. Almost everyone treated him as trash. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's good that you know him. In the future, more people will know you, and more people will be trampled under your feet. Don't care about the past. Looking to the future is the most important." Bai Lingling did not say anything. Bai Xiong stretched out his hand, looked at Lin Dong, and said with a silly smile, "I am Bai Xiong, Luo Tian's disciple, haha." Lin Dong shook his hand and said, "I am Lin Dong." Bai Xiong could get familiar with anyone very quickly. After introducing himself, he directly pulled Lin Dong in front of him and said, "You stand in front of me." Any ranking position was very important. It was very likely to determine life and death. Bai Xiong did not care at all. Lin Dong was grateful, but he knew that all of this was given to him by Luo Tian. Seeing that they were chatting happily, Bai Lingling said softly, "Don't you know that he can't cultivate? Even if he participates in the selection, he will only suffer more humiliation. You are not helping him. You are harming him." Luo Tian said that was in the past. From today onwards, his name will slowly resound throughout the ancient world, and even 10 directions. Bai Lingling was stunned. She did not understand what Luo Tian was thinking. She did not say anything. The group slowly advanced. The Deng family disciples were at the front, followed by the other 3 families. The house of Bai was at the back. Every disciple received a wooden token after registration. A string of numbers was written on the wooden token. It was a code and also an identity token. The assessment was based on this wooden token. Next. The counting old man lowered his head and wrote the names. On the other side, he was guarding the cultivation coins sent by the disciples. There were only a dozen people, but they had already received hundreds of thousands of cultivation coins. Furthermore, they did it so brazenly, as if it was a normal transaction. "Master, this is a small token from my Ouyang family. I hope that Master will kindly accept it," Ouyang Hong said respectfully. His words were very careful, as if he was afraid of making the old man unhappy. The white-robed old man glanced at the large pile of cultivation coins, but did not reveal any expression. He coldly said, "Put it there. Next." He did not appreciate it at all, as if he was asking for a beating. Chapter 10:28. He did not seem to appreciate it at all. However, Yang Hong secretly heaved a sigh of relief, just because he had cultivation coins. Moreover, he glanced at his numerical code, which was slightly higher than the Deng family's disciples. This was the benefit of giving away more money. He was delighted and thought to himself, "I'll definitely succeed in this selection battle." Following that were a few more disciples, each of them brazenly bribed with cultivation coins. Moreover, as long as they bribed, their ranking would be slightly higher. The more money they gave, the higher their ranking would be. Next, Lin Dong walked up and respectfully said, "Disciple of the House of Bai, Lin Dong." He had to say it like this. The House of Bai had 4 spots. The old man slightly raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Dong. Lin Dong stood motionless in his original position. The old man seriously looked at him again, then glanced at the large pile of cultivation coins on the table. Lin Dong naturally wanted to say something, but he did not have any cultivation coins at all. He could not take out a single piece. How could he bribe? At this time, Bai Xiong took a step forward and said with a smile, "Sir, this is a little gift from the House of Bai. I hope you will accept it." The old man's disdainful gaze slightly retracted. He looked at the cultivation coins that Bai Xiong handed over and weighed it in his hand. His expression immediately became somewhat unhappy. He coldly looked at Bai Xiong and said, "Just this little?" Bai Xiong was a little embarrassed and said, "The House of Bai has just undergone changes. The family is not well off. Please forgive me." Without waiting for him to finish, the old man disdainfully sneered and said, "If you don't have money, don't participate in the selection. Do you think it's so easy to enter Cloud Mist College? Your House of Bai's turmoil has nothing to do with me." Humph. After he finished speaking, he directly wrote down a series of numbers on Lin Dong's wooden tablet and then said, "Next." Lin Dong secretly clenched his fists and looked sideways at Luo Tian. Luo Tian gently shook his head, indicating that he should not act recklessly. Bai Xiong stepped forward and said, "The House of Bai, Bai Xiong." The old man didn't even look at him and immediately wrote down a series of numbers on his identity token. Next, Bai Xiong's heart sank as he looked at his ID number. Bai Lingling stepped forward and said, "Bai Lingling of the House of Bai." Her voice was extremely pleasing to the ear. The old man was slightly taken aback. He looked up at Bai Lingling and was immediately attracted by her beauty. He revealed a serious smile and said, "Little girl, are you a disciple of the House of Bai? Look at how delicate her hands are. Does she want to be ranked higher? If you want, come to the Sky Gazing Pavilion tonight to have a drink with me. I guarantee that your ranking will be in the top 100. Top 100. This was a ranking that no one in Lingyun City had ever achieved. These rankings were all predetermined. If it wasn't because of great connections, then it was because someone had spent a lot of money to buy it. The surrounding people were all shocked. Bai Lingling's hand was also grabbed by the old man and groped. She was extremely angry, but she didn't dare to offend him. Not only her ranking, but Luo Tian's ranking was also in the old man's hands. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with it, Luo Tian stepped forward and pulled Bai Lingling's hand back. He smiled at the old man and said, "I'm sorry, she is my wife. Sir, if you want to find someone to drink with you, I can accompany you." As he spoke, he kissed Bai Lingling fiercely right in front of the old man. Bai Lingling struggled, but she was still kissed by Luo Tian. Her face was red, and she lowered her head. Luo Tian smiled and said, "We are already an old couple. What are you shy about? Sir is not just anyone. He is the examiner of Cloud Mist College." The old man's expression immediately changed. He directly wrote a string of numbers on Bai Lingling's identity wooden tablet. He stared coldly at Luo Tian and said mockingly, "A fresh flower stuck in cow dung. How unlucky." Next, Bai Lingling broke free from Luo Tian's body and walked to the side. Luo Tian smiled and said, "House of Bai, Luo Tian." Just as the old man was about to write, an old man beside him whispered in his ear. The old man in white immediately looked up at Luo Tian and said, "Your name is Luo Tian?" Luo Tian nodded and said, "Yes, is there a problem?" The old man in white sneered and said, "You are not qualified to participate in this selection." Luo Tian was stunned and asked, "Why am I not qualified?" The old man in white swept his gaze and sensed Luo Tian's cultivation. He said, "Your cultivation has not reached the essence condensation realm. The standard for this assessment is that the examinee's cultivation must reach the essence condensation realm. F***CK. Bai Xiong jumped out and said loudly, "There's so many people in front of me who are below the essence condensation realm. Why can they participate, but why can't my boss?" The old man in white narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I just changed the rules. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? If you are unhappy, then don't participate in the selection." Bai Xiong was furious. Luo Tian stopped him with one hand, looked at the old man in white with a face full of smiles, and said, "Are you deliberately making things difficult for me?" The old man in white said without hesitation, "So what if I am?" Luo Tian said, "Nothing much. What can a small martial artist of the four symbols realm like me do?" Then Luo Tian asked, "Excuse me, will the rules be changed today?" The old man in white said, "What? You still want to participate in the selection? Do you think you can break through to the cloud condensation realm in a day? Brat, don't think that just because you are a little smart, you are invincible. Even if you are given a year, you will not be able to break through to the essence condensation realm. The four symbols realm wanted to break through to the first level of the essence condensation realm. Normally speaking, without the help of any spirit medicine or other things, breaking through within a year was extremely fast. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "What if I break through in a day?" The old man's face revealed a mocking expression and said, "You break through to the essence condensation realm in a day? If you can break through in a day, I will definitely let you participate and give you a ranking in the top 100. Luo Tian said loudly, "Everyone heard it, you said it." There was a burst of discussion around. Just as Luo Tian was about to leave, the old man in white coldly smiled and said, "A day is before sunset. There is less than 10 hours until sunset. I want to see how you break through to the essence condensation realm." 10 hours to break through to the essence condensation realm? This was simply impossible. Everyone knew that the old man in white was deliberately making things difficult for Luo Tian. Lindong, Bai Xiong, and his sister were all suppressing a ball of fire. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Before sunset is before sunset, but since you like to play so much, why don't we play a little bigger? If I break through to the essence condensation realm before sunset, other than what you just said, why don't we add something else?" The old man in white said, "What bet?" Luo Tian said, "Let's bet that there are so many profound coin on your table. If I lose, I will give this sword to you. If you lose, the profound coin will belong to me. How about that?" As he spoke, Luo Tian took out the heavenly sword. The third chapter was delivered. There were still 2 chapters in the evening. If he couldn't finish it, he would chop off his bullwhip. In the future, don't talk about chrysanthemum or chrysanthemum. Chapter 10:29. The moment the heavenly sword was taken out, the white-clothed old man's eyes widened. His eyes trembled, and he immediately revealed a greedy look. He kept saying, "Good stuff, good stuff. This is definitely good stuff. This sword is at least a heavenly spirit treasure. Who would have thought that it would end up in the hands of such a good-for-nothing brat? What a waste." Luo Tian frowned and said, "Are you going to bet or not?" The white-clothed old man immediately said, "Bet, of course I'm going to bet." A pile of profound coin, added together, did not even amount to 1,000,000. Not to mention that the heavenly sword was at the semi-god level. Even an earth-ranked spirit treasure was worth several million profound coin. The disparity in stakes was too great. If he did not bet, then there would be something wrong with his brain. Bai Lingling anxiously ran over and said, "Are you crazy? This sword is worth several million profound coin. He doesn't even have 1,000,000 profound coin on his table." Without waiting for Bai Lingling to finish speaking, the white-clothed old man took the initiative and said, "You've already said that you'll bet. If you dare to go back on your word, then it'll be considered your loss. This sword will belong to me." He was worried that Luo Tian would go back on his word. He was determined to get this sword. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, I didn't say that I would go back on my word, but I am worried that you'll go back on your word. Your cultivation is so high, and your status is so noble. If you go back on your word and don't give me the profound coin, what should I do? The white-clothed old man sneered disdainfully and said, Humph! I, Ao Sheng, don't care about these profound coin. I don't care about a mere 1,000,000 profound coin. Luo Tian said, That's true, but what if you really go back on your word? Then what should we do? How about this? If you go back on your word, you're a shameless dog. Humph! Ao Sheng's face was displeased, but he really wanted to obtain the heavenly sword, so he suppressed the anger in his heart for a moment. He sneered and said, As you wish, but, brat, you better behave yourself. If I don't see your figure before sunset today, I will kill all the hundreds of people in the house of Bai. Not a single one will be left alive. As soon as he finished, his body released a dense killing intent that was extremely cold. He was afraid that Luo Tian would not appear. If that was the case, the spiritual treasure in his hands would be gone. Bai Lingling's expression changed drastically. The house of Bai had just experienced a rebellion. Now they had provoked the examiner of Cloud Mist College. If Luo Tian really did not break through to the essence condensation realm and did not appear, then the house of Bai would really disappear from Lingyun City. Bai Xiong was also shocked. Luo Tian still had a smile on his face as he replied, All right. He didn't say much. Luo Tian turned around and left. 10 hours of time was really tight, but since he had already said it, then he must break through before sunset. Otherwise, the house of Bai would be implicated. But as long as he broke through, that would be close to 700,000 cultivation coins. He would be able to unlock at least 5 of Luo Tian's cultivation techniques. Fusing 5 cultivation methods was a huge boost to his strength. Looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, Ao Sheng laughed excitedly. Kid, that divine sword is mine. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there to be such a spiritual treasure in such a place. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. At this moment, the old man who had whispered in his ear just now walked over and said, Senior brother Ao, will you offend Haijia by doing this? Haijia has said that we can't let this kid enter Cloud Mist College. We can't even give him the qualifications. Now you're giving him a chance. Ao Sheng smiled and said, Junior brother Chin, you're thinking too much. I've already noticed that his dantian is broken. Not to mention a day. Even if you give him 10 years, he won't be able to break through to the essence condensation realm. He definitely won't be able to win. Just wait and see. He was very confident. As long as one had some common sense, they would know that if the dantian was broken, one would not be able to cultivate. He did not know how Luo Tian broke through to the 4 symbols realm, but he was very clear that the essence condensation realm could not be broken through no matter what. Because the essence condensation realm required a baptism in the dantian in order to break through. Otherwise, it was impossible to break through. This was a shackle, a peak that Luo Tian could not surpass. 10 minutes later, Lingyun City, House of Bai. Bai Qi already knew everything. His brows furrowed as he looked at Luo Tian and said, This must be his doing. How could you fall for it? After all, it was the entire House of Bai. No matter how much he trusted Luo Tian, he was not confident. Moreover, he also knew that breaking through to the essence condensation realm required a baptism in the dantian. Otherwise, it was impossible to break through. Bai Lingling said angrily, Father, that old man in white is so arrogant. I really don't like him. Now is not the time to talk about this. He's from Cloud Mist College. Just the words Cloud Mist College alone can destroy the house of Bai 10,000 times. We can't afford to offend him. This time, he deliberately made things difficult for us. There must be someone behind this. Bai Qi frowned. Luo Tian said it's Haijia. Haijia? Haijia from Cloud Mist City. Bai Chi's eyes were suddenly shocked. He thought of the words that Hyosaurus said when he was rescued. His expression changed, and he immediately said, Luo Tian, leave. Leave quickly. Don't participate in the Cloud Mist College's selection. It's useless even if you pass the selection. Haijia is too powerful. We're no match for them. He didn't think of this at first. If Cloud Mist College could destroy the house of Bai 10,000 times, then Haijia could kill him 1,000,000 times. It wasn't because Haijia's power was stronger than Cloud Mist College, but because Haijia's methods were very sinister. From the beginning, Luo Tian knew that Haijia was deliberately making things difficult for him. The 4 great families of Cloud Mist City didn't dare to. Luo Tian showed such powerful strength that the 4 great families didn't dare to offend him. The only possibility was Haijia, deliberately making things difficult? Haijia from Cloud Mist City? Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, Haijia, just you wait. Watch how I *CK you over. Immediately, Luo Tian said, Uncle Bai, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry either. Isn't it just breaking through to the condensed essence realm? Do you have so little confidence in me? You've all seen the speed of my breakthrough. I'll definitely win. Bai Chi looked at Luo Tian and exhaled. These few days, I've been researching everything about you. Don't blame Uncle. After all, I'm the one who betrothed my daughter to you. I have to know everything about you. You can break through because of killing. You can break through by killing monsters and killing people. But now in Cloud Mist City, who can you kill? If there's no one to kill, where are you going to kill monsters? You have to know that Cloud Mist City is half a day's journey from the nearest monster mountain range. A round trip would take a day. 10 hours wouldn't be enough, not to mention that you don't even have 10 hours now. Unless, Bai Lingling's eyes widened in shock. She immediately asked, Unless what? Bai Chi looked at Luo Tian and said, Don't tell me you want to enter the Dark Wind Cave. Chapter 4 has been delivered. Chapter 1030. Luo Tian, are you crazy? Why are you entering the Dark Wind Cave? Don't you know that even ghosts are afraid of the Dark Wind Cave? I forbid you from entering. Everyone knew that 9 out of 10 people would die in the Dark Wind Cave. Even if they didn't die, they would only be half dead and would be a complete cripple. Upon hearing the words Dark Wind Cave, Bai Lingling immediately said, No, you can't enter the Dark Wind Cave. Bai Chi also said, If I hadn't been poisoned by the scorching yang poison last time, I would have died long ago. Moreover, there are those corpse-eating rats inside. You know very well how strong those rats are. If you go in, you'll be courting death. Bai Xiong also said, Boss, there must be another way. You can't enter the Dark Wind Cave. You don't know how many people have died there. Lin Dong also said, Boss, that place is indeed very terrifying. It's a forbidden area in Lingyun City. No one would want to enter the Dark Wind Cave. As long as one was from Lingyun City, one would know how terrifying the Dark Wind Cave was. Others would rather die than enter the Dark Wind Cave. Luo Tian, on the other hand, went directly to the Dark Wind Cave. Wasn't this asking for his own life? However, if he wanted to win against Ao Sheng, if he wanted to slap his face, if he wanted to slap the Haijia's face, Luo Tian had no other choice. He wanted to enter Cloud Mist College, but he knew very well that he couldn't enter the qualifier through normal means. He could only enter the qualifier through this method. The matter of betting mystic coins was just to let everyone witness it and make Ao Sheng think that he only wanted those mystic coins. Actually, Luo Tian's real goal was to blow this matter up so that the entire city knew about it. This way, no matter how thick-skinned Ao Sheng was, he wouldn't change the rules. This was his only chance. The mystic coins were incidental. If Luo Tian wanted to win, he had to enter the Dark Wind Cave. This was his only choice. It was impossible for him to be like a homicidal maniac and charge into the streets to kill a bunch of people. He couldn't do such a thing. The only place with beasts around Lingyun City was the Dark Wind Cave. The most important thing was that the necrophagus rats in the Dark Wind Cave gave a lot of EXP. One of them could reach 10,000 EXP. He needed 600,000 EXP to break through to the condensed prime realm, and he only needed to kill 60 of them to level up. Looking at their nervous expressions, Luo Tian was moved. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I was able to come out alive last time. This time, I can do it even more." With that said, he strode out of the courtyard. Time was tight, and he didn't want to waste any more time. Although he felt like he had plenty of time, he didn't know what was going on inside the Dark Wind Cave. It was better to go in as soon as possible. Bai Chi's brows sank. He walked forward and took out a small bottle from his bosom. "Since you've already decided, I won't stop you. This is a grade 3 healing pill. Keep it with you, whether you can come out of the Dark Wind Cave or not. Don't worry too much about the House of Bai. No matter how overbearing Aoshing is, if he wants to destroy the House of Bai, he has to consider the impact on Cloud, Mist College." Luo Tian didn't refuse. He took it and said with a smile, "Thank you." After Luo Tian left, the courtyard was silent. After a long time, Bai Lingling's eyes narrowed. She wanted to rush out and catch up with Luo Tian, but she was stopped by Bai Chi. "You'll only cause trouble for him. What's more, you can't even last 5 hours in the Dark Wind Cave. If you go in, you'll die." Bai Lingling's face was anxious. She was very worried about Luo Tian. She said that Luo Tian was old, rogue, pervert, stingy, and so on. In fact, she had a good impression of Luo Tian in her heart, especially when Ao Sheng held her hand and couldn't let go. When Luo Tian stood up, she was very touched. She hurriedly said, "Father, you know better than me what the Dark Wind Cave is like. Are we just going to watch him die? We have to do something." Bai Chi said, "Slightly, go to Bai Kai and see how many profound coins the House of Bai can take out. Then go to my room and take the jade golden cicada to the Deng family. Deng Leigong has always wanted it. Let him sell it to him at the same price as before." Bai Lingling was startled and said, "Father, that jade golden cicada is something that grandfather left for you. It's your favorite thing." Bai Chi sighed and said, "Right now I can't care so much. Furthermore, the jade golden cicada is the dowry that I prepared for you. Xiong, go quickly." Bai Xiong did not ask any further and immediately said, "I'll do it right away." Bai Chi secretly thought, "I hope that these profound coins will satisfy Ao Sheng." He did his best, and that was all he could do. However, Bai Chi was not confident. After all, he knew how powerful the heavenly sword was. It was a spirit treasure above the heaven stage. How could Ao Sheng care about a mere few 100,000 profound coins? However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Bai Chi did not want to let it go. Nothing could happen to Luo Tian. For the sake of his daughter, nothing could happen to her. Lin Dong stood at the side, blaming himself in his heart. He felt that he couldn't do anything, couldn't help Luo Tian at all, and felt ashamed in his heart. At the same time, his heart tightened. "I want to break through. I want to break through with all my might. I must become a ranker, whoever dares to make things difficult for boss. I will definitely teach him a lesson." Dark Wind Cave. A cold wind blew, and Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the cave, shivering. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Hearing the howling of the wind coming from the cave, Luo Tian felt goosebumps all over his body. When he thought of that incomparably huge rat, he felt a wave of nausea. "Phew! Nothing in this world can stop me. Haijia, you will only be trampled under my feet." Then Luo Tian strode into the cave. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. The cold wind whistled, and the sound of the corpse-eating rats gnawing on bones came out along with the wind, ear-piercing and unbearable. Luo Tian was not careful, but opened the door wide, walked into the depths, and roared fiercely, "Corpse-eating rats, your father is here if you want to eat your father's meat. Hurry up and come out. If not, your father will leave. Squeak, 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 all of a sudden. Before Luo Tian could finish his words, the cries of more than a dozen corpse-eating rats came out from the depths of the cave. Gravel rolled down from the cave, causing the cave to tremble. The cold wind carried a disgusting smell as it crazily pounced on him. He's here. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly. Holding the heavenly sword in one hand and the heavenly feather shield in the other, he looked at the dozen, or so corpse-eating, rats pouncing on him like hungry wolves that had seen meat. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Humans eat meat, dogs eat shit. If you want to survive in this world, then you have to be stronger than others, more ruthless than others. You rats want to eat your father's meat. Then come for me." Without waiting for the corpse-eating rats to rush up, Luo Tian rushed forward. When he was a few meters away from the corpse-eating rats, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Fire Kirin, go, bite them to death!" The 5th chapter has been delivered. The old cow's penis has been saved. Amen. In the future, I will be able to rub it against a ***, and my brothers will be able to reward me with chrysanthemums. Ha ha ha! Chapter 1031. Dark Wind Cave. The Fire Kirin was summoned. It was a little more ferocious than the last Fire Kirin. Luo Tian was now certain that the Fire Qilin's damage was absolutely related to his level. The higher his level, the stronger its damage would be. It belonged to the type of mythological beast that could grow. Walala! Walala! Flames continued to spray out. One by one, the fur of the corpse-eating rats was burnt to a golden light. The cave was filled with the smell of burnt fur, which was extremely unpleasant. Luo Tian held the heavenly sword in one hand. Vajra, sword technique. Angry Buddha Vajra kill. With a thrust of his sword, the power of the semi-artifact of the heavenly sword came crashing out. The first time he entered the Dark Wind Cave, Luo Tian's attacks could not harm the corpse-eating rats at all, but now that he had the heavenly sword, it was much easier. Every sword strike could cause a terrifying amount of damage. Divine Fire. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. With a move of his palm, he shot out a ray of divine fire, sending a corpse-eating rat flying. Following that, he took a step forward, barbaric tackle, directly smashing into it. Using the Vajra sword technique, he swept out with his sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a corpse-eating rat. You have obtained 10,000 experience points, 1,000 essence points. The first one. Luo Tian checked his experience slot. I still need around 50 more. There are only 8 hours left, so I have to hurry up. Thinking of Ao Sheng's disdainful face, thinking about how Haijia was deliberately making things difficult for him, Luo Tian felt extremely unhappy. No one can stop my footsteps. Haijia is the same. The more you stop me, the stronger I will be. Luo Tian thought to himself. His eyebrows moved as he shouted, "Level 1 divine explosion, open!" Buzz! A ray of light burst out from his body as it shot out. All the attributes on his body increased explosively, especially the critical hit rate. Every time Luo Tian swung his sword, the damage he dealt doubled. After half an hour, the first wave of corpse rats had been completely annihilated. Suddenly, he had gained 140,000 EXP. This feeling was quite satisfying. With the Fire Kirin at the front, Luo Tian attacked from the back. This was a move he often used in the game in his previous life. The experience isn't bad, but it didn't drop anything. That's the only bad thing. Also, the primordial energy value is a little low. I can't make ends meet. Luo Tian muttered as he raised his head and swallowed a few pills. With the healing pills, the minor injuries on his body were brought under control. Then he slowly replenished some of his yuan qi. Immediately after, with a thought, Luo Tian ordered, "Fire Kirin, continue forward." Huff, huff, a cold wind howled. The chilling wind carried with it the aura of death from hell. It was as if the chilling wind had seeped out from hell. According to common sense, wind was caused by the flow of air. There must be an exit down there. However, there were all sorts of mystical things in the ancient continent. What would it be like down there? Luo Tian couldn't say for sure. However, there was one thing he could confirm, and that was that this cave was not simple. The closer Luo Tian got, the stronger the pressure in his heart became. It was as if there was something powerful at the bottom of the cave. Squeak, 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 squeak. 10 minutes later, the second wave of corpse rats quickly shuttled out of the deep hole. This time, their bodies shone with a golden light. Their speed, strength, and aura were stronger than the first wave. Moreover, most of them came out from underground. Luo Tian did not dare to lean his back against the wall. The closer he leaned against the wall, the more likely he would be ambushed. Level 1 God's explosion. Open. Divine fire. Lock on. Luo Tian was not stingy with his essence points. His skills needed to be upgraded. Divine fire and God's explosion both needed to be upgraded. Only by upgrading their skills would they become stronger. Just like the divine fire, upgrading one level would increase the instant kill rate by 5%. In addition to increasing his level to strengthen himself, increasing the level of his skills was the same. Cloud, Mist College, had hundreds of thousands of examinees in the central continent every year, and only 1,000 out of hundreds of thousands of examinees were admitted. How difficult was that? It was even more difficult than getting into Tsinghua University in his previous life. Moreover, most of these examinees had high potential talent or even superior talent. The lowest was intermediate talent, and there were very few examinees with intermediate talent. These were all geniuses among geniuses. If he wanted to stand out among these people, it was impossible to rely on the transformation card alone. He had to have an advantage in level. Level was the way of the king. Ding! Target locked. Luo Tian did not hesitate and directly shouted, "Boom!" With a move of his palm, the divine fire shot out like lightning, under the super strong attribute of the god's explosion. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It directly hit the body of a corpse rat that was running at the front. Squeak, squeak! The corpse rat's body cracked, and a strong light burst out from its body. Bang! Its body exploded. Instant kill. Luo Tian was stunned. Instant kill. It triggered an instant kill. Luo Tian was a little shocked, because this was the first time the god's explosion and divine fire were combined. He did not expect it to cause an instant kill. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile, and said, "It seems that divine fire and God's explosion should be able to create a set of combination skills. The power of God's explosion can indeed increase the probability of an instant kill." Thinking of this, Luo Tian's eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, "If both God's explosion and divine fire are cultivated to the perfect level, then with the combination of the two, can it cause an instant kill every time? What the F***CK? Then who can compete with me in the future? Undead Emperor? 7 Luminaries God? These two were the overlords of the ancient world. Early on in the Tianxin continent, they wanted to kill Luo Tian. Luo Tian came to the ancient continent, also worried that he would meet them. But he did not know that the ancient continent was unimaginably big, and it would be very difficult for the two of them to find him. Luo Tian did not dare to let his guard down. "I'll cultivate these 2 skills first. When the time comes, even if they don't look for me, I'll look for them." Luo Tian thought to himself, these 2 people had to be dealt with to prevent future troubles. Ding! The system sounded. Luo Tian took advantage of the fact that the god's explosion was not over and rushed forward crazily. He did not care about his defense and attacked with all his might. He did not care about defense, and he wanted to crush these corpse rats as soon as possible. Ding! 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 An hour later, the second wave of corpse rats was dealt with. This time, it was a little difficult. Other than the first corpse rat, which was instantly killed, the others were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the fire Kirin did not deal as much damage as the first wave. Luo Tian relied on the heavenly sword's divine might to move around and kill them, so he spent a little more time. I still need half of the experience points to level up. Ao Sheng, just you wait. Chapter 1032. Lingyun City, Cloud Mist College's branch. Haijia specifically told us not to let that kid participate in the selection when we came. I'm afraid you'll make Haijia unhappy. We can't afford to offend Haijia, an old man in a yellow Taoist robe said. He was not slow about Ao Sheng's actions this morning, because he was afraid of Haijia. Originally, they were not supposed to be in charge of Lingyun City's assessment. It should have been presided over by Yi Yunming. However, for some reason, the academy suddenly transferred Yi Yunming back and replaced her with them. Before they came to Lingyun City, Haijia had sent people to specifically tell them not to let Luo Tian participate in this election. Although the two of them did not know the reason, they knew very well that they were able to manage the freshman assessment because of Haijia. This was a lucrative job. They did not have to do anything and earned 1,000,000 mystic coins in half a morning. Ao Sheng was the same. Otherwise, he would not have changed the rules of recruitment at the last minute. He was deliberately making things difficult for Luo Tian. However, he did not expect that Luo Tian would actually take out a spirit treasure that was above Heaven Stage. One had to know that even in Cloud Mist College, Heaven Stage spirit treasures were rare. This heavenly sword was at least Heaven Stage, and it might even be a divine weapon. If he could obtain this divine weapon, his strength would increase by a lot. This was an irresistible temptation for any warrior. It was naturally the same for Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng smiled and said, "Brother Huang, don't worry. Even if you give that kid 10 years, he won't be able to break through to the essence condensation realm, let alone 10 hours. Look, for hours have already passed. There are only 6 hours left until sunset. Do you think that kid can break through to the essence condensation realm? It's not like you don't know that breaking through to the essence condensation realm requires a baptism of the Dantian. That kid's Dantian is broken and can't be baptized. In other words, he can't break through at all. If he can break through, that trash from the E family in Cloud Mist City would have been famous long ago. Would it be his turn?" The yellow-robed old man let out a heavy sigh. He was still a little worried. Although he did not know why Haijia would suddenly target this person, he could feel that Luo Tian was different from other warriors. Seeing that he was still worried, Ao Sheng patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely win. When I get that divine sword, I will give you my wandering spirit sword. Help me talk to Haijia. Anyway, that kid will definitely not be able to break through." The yellow-robed old man smiled. He had been envious of Ao Sheng's spirit sword for a long time. He frowned and said, "What if he breaks through?" "What if? There's no what if." Ao Sheng looked outside the house with a disdainful expression on his face. That disdainful expression slowly turned cold, and then it turned into killing intent. He said sinisterly, "Even if he breaks through, have you heard of the saying that a man's wealth is his own ruin? Such a good sword is a waste in his hands. If he breaks through, I'll make him suddenly die before he participates in the assessment." He had already thought of everything. He was determined to obtain the heavenly sword. Right now, Ao Sheng's mind was filled with the sharpness of the heavenly sword. He wished he could obtain it right now. The yellow-robed old man's eyes darkened slightly. He said in a low voice, "Assassinating an examinee is not a light crime." "Brother Ao," Ao Sheng smiled and said, "If you don't say it, I won't say it. Who knows? So many people die in the central continent every day. It's normal for 1 or 2 examinees of Cloud Mist College to die. Moreover, he's a trash with a shattered Dantian. Who would care?" The yellow-robed old man laughed. Indeed, people died every day. It was normal for a few examinees to die. In a small place like Lingyun City, no one had been admitted to Cloud Mist College for decades. The college would not care about what happened here at all. No one would care about a trash with low talent and a shattered dantian. This time he was finally relieved. No matter what, even Luo Tian could not participate in the selection. How could a dead person participate in the selection? At this moment, a servant walked in from outside the house. The servant said respectfully, "Sir, the patriarch of the House of Bai, one of the 5 great families in Lingyun City, Bai Qi, requests an audience." The yellow-robed old man walked forward and asked, "What is he doing here?" Ao Sheng smiled and said, "What else can he do? He's here to plead for leniency. They know that kid won't be able to break through the cloud condensation realm within 10 hours. So they came to plead for leniency. Brother Huang, look, they don't even believe their own people. Do you think that kid can win against me?" The yellow-robed old man nodded and said, "Then I won't see him. I won't give him a chance to beg for mercy." The servant turned around to pass on the message. He had just taken a few steps when he was stopped by Ao Sheng. "See him, why not see him? Why don't you want to give us money?" The yellow-robed old man was stunned. Brother Ao means he did not understand. Ao Sheng smiled and said, "Brother Huang, just watch from the side. Go, bring Bai Qi in. I want to see how much cultivation coins he can bring us." Ao Sheng's face revealed a playful smile. Money was good for anyone, not to mention cultivation coins were very important to any martial artist. This was the only currency used in the ancient continent. A few minutes later, Bai Qi, Bai Lingling, and Bai Xiong walked into a unique small courtyard. Bai Qi instructed in a low voice, "The 2 of you just watch from the side. Don't make a sound. If you make them unhappy, you definitely won't have a chance in this assessment. Understand? Especially you, Ling. I'll leave everything to you." Bai Lingling nodded and said, "N." Bai Xiong muttered and muttered, "Father, should we believe Boss Luo this time? I don't think my master will lie to us. He won't do anything that he isn't confident in, I think." Bai Qi exhaled and said, "You think it's useless, Xiong. Even if Luo Tian can break through, he won against Ao Sheng in front of so many people. Do you think he will let you have an easy time in this assessment? He will definitely make things difficult for you." Bai Xiong did not speak. Haha, Lord Bai, why have you suddenly come here?" Ao Sheng pretended not to know anything and smiled politely. Bai Qi immediately went forward to welcome him, his body slightly arched, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your hard work, Lord. I specially brought some gifts to show my filial respect to you. Lord, this morning, my son-in-law has offended you in any way. I hope you can forgive him." As he spoke, he then handed over a few expensive gifts to her. These were all good spirit treasures, worth a few thousand, enough for a family of 5 to live a carefree life. However, Ao Sheng did not even look at him and said, "Everyone has been young and frivolous before. We have also been frivolous before. What's there to forgive?" Hearing this, Bai Qi's heart was obviously relieved. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong's expressions also relaxed. However, Ao Sheng's tone suddenly changed and became gloomy as he said, "But that kid is too arrogant. He actually made a bet with me and wanted me to admit that he was a mangy dog, which made me very unhappy. Even if he was young and frivolous, we still have to see who he is. A trash like him dares to be arrogant in front of me. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for my kindness, he would have already become a corpse." There was a cold, killing intent in his voice. While he was talking, Ao Sheng released a bit of pressure. Bai Qi's knees were almost crushed to the ground. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong's faces were pale, their bodies trembling, and they couldn't even breathe. Facing the people of Cloud Mist College, the 3 of them could only be crushed. Bai Qi said with difficulty, "Sir, please be magnanimous. Don't bother with a junior like him. He is still young and ignorant and has offended you. About the bet, can you, What can you do? Ao Sheng said slightly. He was the one who said the bet. Do you think this matter can be so easy? In front of so many people, he wants to embarrass me. I want to see how he breaks through to the essence condensation realm in 10 hours. Humph. With a flick of his sleeve, anger appeared on his face, and then he turned around, his back facing Bai Qi. The pressure increased by another notch. Bai Qi's body also trembled, and he said anxiously, I asked him to set up a banquet for you in the Wang Tian restaurant and apologize in front of the entire city. Sir, please forgive his offense. I, Bai Qi, will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Ao Sheng snorted and laughed disdainfully. You will be grateful to me for the rest of your life? Who do you think you are? Do I need you to be grateful? You are the patriarch of a small silver family in Lingyun City. You don't even have the right to be grateful to me. Complete disdain. He ruthlessly humiliated Bai Qi. Seeing her father being humiliated, Bai Lingling was extremely unhappy. She used all her strength and said with difficulty, Who do you think you are? We won't be grateful to you. Ao Sheng's face darkened. He suddenly turned around and looked at Bai Lingling from head to toe. He sneered and said, Originally it was easy for me to spare his life. Let your daughter accompany me for a night. However, I hate it when the woman I like is someone else's woman. I have no interest in this kind of woman at all. However, if that kid dies, it will be different. Little beauty, do you want to follow me? I promise to let you eat and drink well. Even if I let you become a disciple of Cloud Mist College, it's not impossible. Buffed. Bai Lingling spat on the ground and immediately said, Father, let's go. Bai Qi was also holding a ball of fire in his heart. He was very unhappy to talk about his daughter like this in front of him, but he knew how to endure. He forced a smile and said, The child is insensible. Don't bother with him. Ao Sheng waved his hand. The evil light in the corner of his eyes glanced at Bai Lingling. His heart throbbed, and he thought to himself, Bitch, wait until I kill that kid first, then I'll deal with you. I don't believe that I can't get you into bed. He smiled and said, It's not impossible for me to forgive him. It's up to you. As he said that, he rubbed his 2 fingers gently. Bai Qi immediately understood. He took out all of the cultivation coins that the Bai family could take out right now, as well as the things that his father left behind for him. He also sold the jade, net, golden cicada, and gathered a total of 400,000 cultivation coins and handed them over. Ao Sheng held it in his hand and smiled in satisfaction. He withdrew his pressure. Bai Qi's heart relaxed, and he said respectfully, Thank you, sir. I will definitely let Luo Tian apologize to you about the bet. Thank you for forgiving him. Ao Sheng kept the 400,000 profound coins into his space ring. His gaze suddenly changed, and he sneered playfully. No need to thank me. I have already forgiven him for offending me. However, I did not say that I would withdraw the bet. Ha ha ha! He laughed sinisterly. Thank you for the tips from many brothers, and also a brother's 10,000 book coins. Thank you. Old Cow is very grateful. At the same time, I also want to say something to those who are cursing. It's almost the new year. Don't curse people to death so easily, it's inauspicious. And I'll use the same words I used before. The one who humiliates others is humiliating himself. It's almost the end of the year, and there are many things to do. I was out of town yesterday, and I really didn't have time to update. This month's update. Old Cow will try his best to keep updating, and then update 5,000 words a day. Next month, I'll have a good burst. Brothers who have monthly votes, please help me vote. Thank you. Chapter 1033. He had been tricked. Blatant tricking. Even if Bai Qi could endure it, he couldn't help but shout angrily at this time. You, Lord Ao, you can't be a man of your word. You just said that you would forgive Luo Tian, but now you say that the bet will continue. Why are you doing this? He was very angry. Ao Sheng sneered and said jokingly, When did I say that I would cancel the bet? I only said that I would forgive that kid's offense, but you, Bai Qi, said that I didn't keep my word. That's an insult to my character. Now get out of here, or else I'll make the three of you leave lying down. Humph. He turned hostile. It was a complete joke. For 100,000 profound coins, that was the only amount that the House of Bai could take out right now, and this was the money that the House of Bai could only accumulate for a few years. During the family's turmoil, Baiqi had taken out so many profound coins to save Luo Tian, which had already made many elders dissatisfied. Now that he hadn't been able to save him and was wasting it like this, it would even cause the other patriarchs of the family to be angry. However, Baiqi didn't care about the elders of the House of Bai. He was worried about Luo Tian. Now that he had offended Ao Sheng, it was absolutely impossible for the disciples of the House of Bai to pass the first round of the assessment. Ao Sheng could decide their life and death. Bai Lingling gnashed her teeth in hatred. She couldn't wait to slap Ao Sheng's old face a few times. She said fiercely, "Since that's the case, then return the money to us. We'll see who wins and who loses at sunset. Don't lose when the time comes. Let's see where you'll put your old face." Bai Xiong also took a step forward and shouted, "Return the money." However, how could he take out the money that had entered his pocket? Ao Sheng's gaze darkened, and his expression instantly became angry. He said sinisterly, "Money? What money? Have I taken your money? Baiqi, you'd better control your children. Otherwise, I'll be happy to teach them a lesson and let them know what respect is." Humph. "You! Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk," not waiting for them to finish. Baiqi stopped them. He knew very well that it was impossible to get the money back. They had been cheated and played. Baiqi did not expect that Ao Sheng was actually so insidious and said in a solemn voice, "The two of you shut up for me." Shortly after, Baiqi forced a smile and said, "We've disturbed you, sir. Let's go." After saying that, Baiqi pulled the angry Bai Xiong and his sister and walked out of the courtyard. He said in a low voice, "Don't say anything. We'll talk about it when we get home." He could feel the killing intent released by Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was from Cloud Mist College. The House of Bai could not afford to offend him. No one would care if he killed a few people here and openly insulted the examiner of Cloud Mist College. They would only say that it was good that he died. In the courtyard, Ao Sheng took out the 400,000 profound coin and placed it on his hand. He laughed out loud and said to the yellow-robed old man who had just walked out of the house, "Brother Huang, I told you that someone would send you off." "Ha ha ha!" The yellow-robed old man smiled and said, "Brilliant, brilliant indeed. Brother Ao's move is too brilliant. Not only did you take the Bai clan's money, but you also didn't withdraw the bet. When the time comes, you will also be able to obtain that brat's divine sword. This is killing two birds with one stone." Ao Sheng said, "Look, the House of Bai took out 400,000 profound coin to make me withdraw the bet. Just this point alone is enough to show that that brat is unable to break through. We will definitely win. When the time comes, I will get the divine sword and you'll get the wandering spirit sword. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Ha ha." Excited laughter came from the courtyard. Out of the courtyard, Bai Lingling could no longer hold it in and said in an extremely unhappy tone, "Father, we can't just let this matter rest. This old thing is too sinister." Bai Meng also said, "I really want to kill him." Baiqi frowned and said slowly, "Don't act recklessly. You two are no match for him. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the martial void realm. Even I am no match for him. Cloud Mist College is like a giant. This time we can only admit defeat. There was no other way. They were no match for him at all. What could you do?" Moreover, the most important point was that Ao Sheng was the examiner this time. He could decide everything unless he died. However, not to mention Lingyun City. Even in Misty City, the largest city in the central state, no one dared to easily kill the examiner of Cloud Mist College. In any aspect, the House of Bai was crushed. This was the reality. This was the suppression of strength. Bai Qi was played. How could he not be angry? He also had the intention to kill, but he understood that as long as he made a move today, the three of them would die inside. One had to know that there was not only one examiner in the courtyard. The other was also an expert of the martial void realm. Bai Lingling said, "Then let's just forget about this matter? What should Luo Tian do? He will definitely lose this bet. Moreover, the consequence of losing might be death. He won't let Luo Tian go. It should be Haijia who won't let him go." This matter was originally caused by the Fair family behind the scenes. If it wasn't for Haijia's intervention, Luo Tian would have already signed up. How could Bai Qi not know in his heart? He let out a long breath and looked at the sun in the sky. He said earnestly, now he can only rely on himself. I hope he can create a miracle. Although he knew that this was impossible, but he had done everything he could. Now he could only rely on Luo Tian himself. Suddenly, Bai Xiong said foolishly, "I believe in Master. He will definitely be able to break through to the essence condensation realm. Ao Sheng will definitely lose. When that time comes, let's see where that old face will be. I really want to see Boss slap his face." Bai Lingling also said with anticipation, "I can't wait to see this scene right now." Bai Qi smiled and thought to himself, "Luo Tian, can you create a miracle?" Dark Wind Cave. In the depths, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in blood. The fire Kirin beside him was already on the verge of death and only had a little bit of health left. Beside him were the corpses of the corpse-eating rats. Luo Tian panted heavily, looked at the experience slot, and muttered to himself, "I'm still short of one corpse-eating rat to level up. Ao Sheng, I can't help but want to slap your old face now." He heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Luo Tian raised his head and swallowed a dozen or so pills. His vitality value slightly recovered, and he looked at the fire Kirin that was covered in injuries. He said apologetically, "Brother, accompany me for a while longer. When I win the money, I'll immediately unlock the seal on the regeneration technique. At that time, I'll be able to treat you." As long as there was a self-healing technique, he could heal his war pet. At that time, the fire Kirin wouldn't have to worry about having too little health. The fire Kirin seemed to understand and rushed out in large strides, constantly spewing out thick hellfire. The dark cave also became clear suddenly. Luo Tian looked into the depths of the cave, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 1034. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Black Wind Sect's Guardian Beast Corpse Rat for obtaining 30,000 experience, 3,000 essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Black Wind Sect Secret Scroll. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Witch Spirit Blood. Item: Black Wind Sect Secret Scroll Description. This scroll describes the history of the Black Wind Sect item. Witch Spirit Blood Description. An item that can open the Black Iron Gate of the Black Wind Sect. Unique. Both items were related to the Black Wind Sect, so Luo Tian did not look at them carefully. Instead, he waited for another notification to ring out. He could not wait to know what the system's reward was this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level: Level 1 of the Essence Condensation Stage. Buzz! The moment he leveled up, Luo Tian's dantian suddenly surged with a hot and dry feeling. It was boiling hot, as if a cup of boiling water had been poured into his stomach, circulating in his abdomen. This was the first time Luo Tian had felt the existence of the dantian. Is this the baptism of the dantian? Luo Tian's heart sank. Logically speaking, my dantian is broken, so I shouldn't be able to feel the baptism of the dantian. Furthermore, the baptism of the dantian is completely useless to me. Could it be that the dantian is about to recover? F***CK. The recovery of the dantian won't cancel my system, right? Luo Tian's heart tightened. After a few seconds, the heat slowly disappeared. There were no changes in his body, so his worries were unnecessary. At this moment, the system beep sounded for the third time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the system's reward system. The reward is penetration. Skill, penetration level. Cooldown, none attribute. Able to penetrate any obstacle in the world. Unique. My power of clairvoyance. Why did it become the penetration? Luo Tian was very depressed. He always thought that this time it was the power of clairvoyance, but he didn't expect it to be some kind of penetration ability. This was a very common ability in urban novels, just like the ability to go through walls. It was like a chicken rib. At the very least, Luo Tian didn't know what use he had. Sigh, system, oh system, when will you reward me with the power of clairvoyance? Luo Tian was unwilling to give up. He had always been thinking about this power of penetration. Then he would be able to see through all the girls. How wonderful would that be? The system's voice disappeared. The cave regained its tranquility. A bone-chilling wind seeped out from the black iron door, making one's hair stand on end. Luo Tian glanced at the door. Behind the door, there was a terrifying power. That kind of powerful temptation was still constantly attacking his mind. However, with his previous experience, Luo Tian was able to control his heart and not lose himself. What's behind the iron door? Luo Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of the Black Wind sect secret scroll, he thought to himself, it seems that if I want to find out what's behind the door, I have to first understand the Black Wind sect secret scroll. Then I can decide whether to go in and take a look. The more dangerous a place is, the more treasures it has. Why did the Black Wind sect perish? Why did the Sorcerer's Seal appear here? If the Black Wind sect was a flourishing sect, then wouldn't there be a large number of spirit treasures inside? These were all unclear. Luo Tian didn't have time to think about these now. Otherwise, he would have carefully studied the information in the Black Wind sect secret scroll. Exhaling, he turned around and walked out. Don't go! Don't go! Come back! Come back! I have a large number of spirit treasures here. I can let you defeat everything. I can let you turn the entire Haija upside down. Come back! Come back! One voice after another sounded in Luo Tian's heart. Luo Tian's feet seemed to be filled with lead, becoming extremely heavy. The pressure on his heart gradually increased, and it was very uncomfortable. Hold on. Bai Lingling is still waiting for you outside. Don't be fooled. You have to go out and win against Ao Shang. You have to win all of his profound coins. You have to unlock the seal on your skills. You have to become a student of Cloud Mist College. You have to go to Cloud Mist City and turn the entire Haija upside down for the stupid queen. Luo Tian kept thinking about this in his heart. His heart was also defending bit by bit, and his speed was also increasing. It was only a few thousand meters from the iron door to the entrance of the cave, but Luo Tian took a full hour. Moreover, it was now less than half an hour before sunset. The moment he walked out of the cave, Luo Tian's entire body was covered in sweat, as if he had crawled out of the water. He was overwhelmed with shock. It's too terrifying. This kind of mental attack was the weakest part of Luo Tian's defense. If he stayed for another half an hour, he didn't even know if he could withstand it. He might really not be able to get out. In the dark wind cave, the truly terrifying thing wasn't the bone-piercing cold wind, nor the corpse-eating rats, but the tempting voice behind the iron door. He seemed to have found what he wanted. If his heart was lost, it wouldn't be long before he died. This was why 9 out of 10 people who entered the dark wind cave died. Fortunately, Bai Qi didn't go too deep last time. Otherwise, even if he was poisoned, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Don't go! Come back! Come back! The voice came over and over again from the cave, reaching Luo Tian's mind. He still didn't give up. In the end, it turned into a shrill scream, as if he had gone crazy. Come in, you dog! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! However, Luo Tian, who was at the entrance of the cave, wasn't tempted by those voices at all. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the pitch-black, dark-wind cave. He sneered and said, "Don't worry, I'll be back. When that time comes, it won't be you who kills me, but me who will *CK you over. I don't have time to accompany you now." It was almost sunset. He had to rush back with all his might. Otherwise, even if he lost the bet, he would have to hand over the heavenly sword, even if he didn't want to. Lingyun City, Cloud Mist College Branch. The small square was already crowded with people at this time. The news of Luo Tian and Ao Xing's bet had already spread throughout Lingyun City. People had been waiting here since the afternoon, wanting to see who would win and who would lose. However, obviously they all knew that Luo Tian would lose this kind of competition. It's impossible to break through to the condensed essence realm in 10 hours. Don't even think about it. Moreover, that kid's energy center is still broken, so it's even more impossible. Luo Tian can defeat Hyosaurus and kill by Yuan. This is the problem of his strength. However, there are no shortcuts in cultivation, and it's impossible to reach the sky in one step. It's absolutely impossible for him to break through in 10 hours. I didn't expect that the divine sword would end up in Ao Sheng's hands. He really picked up a big bargain. It's almost sunset. Why hasn't anyone appeared yet? He couldn't have escaped, right? Chapter 1035. He's here, he's here. Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. Then, the crowd automatically opened up a path. Bai Qi walked up with Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong Lindong, and some disciples of the House of Bai. They looked anxious. Everyone's expression was ugly. Listening to the discussions around them, they became even more worried. At the entrance, Ao Xing sat on an armchair with a teapot in his hand and slowly tasted the fragrant tea. When he saw Bai Qi appear, he could not help but reveal a trace of a cold smile. He said, "Patriarch Bai, why is your expression so ugly? Did no one slap you on the way here?" Ha ha ha. The other parents all laughed out loud. They were secretly very happy. Without the competition from the House of Bai, especially Luo Tian, they were much more comfortable. Moreover, more importantly, the House of Bai had offended the examiner, Ao Sheng. In other words, all the disciples of the House of Bai who participated in the examination would have a hard time. This time, no one from the House of Bai would pass the first round of the examination. This was very good news for the other families in Lingyun City. Bai Qi snorted coldly and didn't answer. However, Bai Lingling said angrily, "Don't be happy too early. It's not time yet. Luo Tian will definitely break through and appear. When that time comes, I'll see how you can still laugh." Humph. Ao Xing narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said faintly, "Do you want to raise the stakes? If that kid doesn't appear, you'll accompany me for a night. If he wins, I'll return 400,000 cultivation coins to you. How about it? Do you dare to bet?" Ao Xing sneered and stared at Bai Lingling's bulging chest with a lewd smile. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Bai Lingling was extremely angry. She really wanted to say something, but she was stopped by her father. Bai Qi said slightly, "My lord, my daughter is ignorant. Don't lower yourself to her level. If you want to bet, why don't we bet our lives?" Bai Lingling was shocked. She looked at her father and said, "Father," but Ao Sheng laughed coldly and said, "Gambling with your life?" He suddenly stood up with a mocking look in his eyes. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Bai Qi, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to bet your life with me? Even if your House of Bai has several hundred corpses, it's still not as valuable as one of my fingers. You don't have the qualifications to bet your life with me." Complete disdain. Bai Qi laughed and said, "Since you don't dare to bet, then forget it. I thought you would bet on anything. I didn't expect you to be afraid of something." Humph. Not giving him any face at all. Bai Qi's face also revealed a disdainful expression. There was a ball of fire in his heart, and he was very unhappy. If not for the pressure from Cloud Mist College and the fact that he was worried that the House of Bai would be removed from Lingyun City. He would have been unable to hold it in. Ao Sheng's gaze tightened and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, it was not appropriate for him to make a move in front of so many people. Otherwise, he would definitely make Bai Qi kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't be anxious. If you want to bet your life with me, wait until I defeat that kid first. If that kid doesn't appear, there's no need to bet. I won't let go of any of the hundreds of lives in your House of Bai." Humph! As he spoke, Ao Sheng looked at the sun in the west. It was about to set. At this moment, Ao Sheng was even more pleased with himself. He smiled and said, "It's almost time. That kid hasn't appeared yet. It seems that he's bound to lose and he should have escaped. If that's the case, he—" As soon as he said that, Ao Sheng's gaze suddenly tightened and became sharp. He said sinisterly, "I've said it before. If he dares to escape, I will make the House of Bai disappear from Lingyun City. It was that kid who broke his promise first, so don't blame me for being ruthless." He was not worried that Luo Tian would escape, because, early in the morning, he had sent people to keep an eye on the 8 city gates. Luo Tian did not leave Lingyun City. In other words, he was still in the city. As long as he was still in the city, Ao Sheng was not afraid that he would not be able to obtain the heavenly sword. Therefore, he was not worried. Bai Qi's expression darkened. He secretly clenched his fists and could not help but start to worry. After all, he did not know much about Luo Tian. Moreover, Luo Tian had gone to the Dark Wind Cave, the absolute forbidden area of Lingyun City. It was hard to say if he could come out alive, let alone break through to the Essence Condensation Realm. He did not speak. Bai Xiong said loudly, "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not time yet, is it?" Ao Sheng did not even look at Bai Xiong. Instead, he stared at Bai Lingling with a lustful expression and said, "Little beauty, if your lover doesn't appear, he will sell your entire House of Bai. But don't worry, I will definitely not kill you. How can I bear to kill such a beautiful little beauty? At least I will kill you after I get tired of playing with you, right? Ha ha ha. Do you want to be part of the House of Bai? If you beg me, I might let the House of Bai go. Then your father and brother will not die." Ao Sheng looked confident that he had control over Bai Lingling. He felt that the House of Bai was completely under his control. They were completely in his hands. No matter how they jumped, they could not escape from his grasp. Bai Lingling gritted her teeth in hatred, but at this time she held it in. She thought in her heart, "What if Luo Tian really did not appear? What should I do?" Ao Sheng said in front of so many people that he wanted to make the House of Bai disappear. Moreover, this matter was not difficult for him. As long as he said the word, the elite disciples cultivated by the House of Bai would instantly leave the House of Bai without needing to do anything. In less than half a day, the House of Bai would only exist in name. Who would be destroyed with the House of Bai? Seeing Bai Lingling's thoughtful look, the smile on Ao Sheng's face grew wider. He said, "Don't worry. I'll give you time to think about it. Of course, my patience is limited. If you can come to my room tonight to accompany me, maybe my patience will grow a lot." At this moment, a curse suddenly sounded in the crowd. "I'll accompany your ancestors for 18 generations. How dare you touch my woman?" As soon as the voice fell, Ao Sheng's face was angry. He glanced around and said heavily, "That dog doesn't want to live anymore. Get out here. Get out of here." There was a commotion in the crowd. A man covered in blood walked out of the crowd. His face was domineering, arrogant, and filled with endless anger. Who is he? How dare he insult Ao Sheng? Does he really want to die? Why does this person look a little like Luo Tian? You don't say. It really does look a little like him. It's him, it's him. Why is he covered in blood? I don't know where he went. This person was Luo Tian. He rushed back in a hurry, afraid that the time had passed. Fortunately, he had arrived a few minutes before sunset. Originally, he only wanted to win some money and participate in the assessment. As for the other matters, he would slowly settle the score with Haijia. However, when he heard those insulting the house of Bai and Bai Lingling, his fiery temper couldn't help but start cursing. Ao Sheng frowned and stared at Luo Tian, who walked out from the crowd. "Brat, you finally appeared. I thought you had already hidden in the dog hole. Why, are you here to deliver that divine sword? How is this possible?" "Impossible? Something that's absolutely impossible," suddenly. Just as Ao Sheng sensed Luo Tian's cultivation, his face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe it. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "What's wrong? Master Ao, your expression is so ugly. Did you get slapped a few times just now? Look at your terrified expression. Isn't it just a few 100,000 profound coin? You can't be a sore loser, right?" Luo Tian walked out of the crowd and stood in the middle of the field. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong took the lead and shouted, "Boss!" Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian and was so touched that she wanted to cry. Her eyes were wet. Bai Qi's eyes flashed with excitement. He suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed out loud, "Ha ha! Kid, I really didn't misjudge you. You really did it. You really created a miracle. You really broke through." As soon as he finished, the surrounding tens of thousands of people were in an uproar. Break through, break through? His cultivation is at the essence condensation realm? How is this possible? Breaking through to the essence condensation realm in 10 hours. What kind of speed is this? One must know that no one can determine the day of the breakthrough. Suddenly breaking through. Who can say that they broke through in a specific time? How did he do it? Lord Ao actually lost this time. There's a good show to watch. The crowd discussed animatedly. Like Ao Sheng, their faces were filled with disbelief. However, the facts proved everything. Luo Tian's cultivation was at the first level of the essence condensation realm, and he did not use any spirit pills to increase it. Ao Sheng was pleased with himself for the entire day. He thought that he had won, but he didn't expect at this moment he felt that Luo Tian had imperceptibly slapped him a few times. His expression was extremely ugly, even uglier than shit. The feeling of being slapped in the face was really great. Luo Tian laughed proudly. "Sir, do you want to test my cultivation? If you don't need it, then you've lost. If you lose, then you should hand over all the profound coin from this morning. Of course, you can also not hand it over, but Cloud Mist College will have one more mangy dog. Ha ha ha." Ao Sheng's gaze tightened. His face was filled with killing intent, an incomparably strong killing intent. However, in front of the entire city, he couldn't flare up. After all, he had lost the bet. The yellow-robed elder walked forward. His expression was equally ugly. Luo Tian had won, and his wandering spirit sword was gone. That was not all. More importantly, they had not completed the task given by Haijia. Luo Tian was participating in the assessment. The yellow-robed elder said in a low voice, "Brother Ao." Without waiting for him to finish, Sheng forced a smile and took out the profound coin he had collected in the morning. He said with a smile, "I, Ao Sheng, am a man of my word. Since I've made the bet, then I should keep my promise. Since you've won, these profound coins are all yours. Also, there's one more thing. You are qualified to participate in this assessment." Bai Lingling immediately cheered. Bai Xiong and Lin Dong also laughed happily. "Boss is mighty." The yellow-robed elder's face was very ugly as he said in a low voice, "You still let him participate in the assessment? How are we going to explain it to Haijia?" Ao Sheng said softly, "Don't worry, he won't live for more than a few days." The chrysanthemum was getting further and further away, and the bull's penis was about to soften. The old bull was begging for monthly votes to make it strong. Chapter 1036. Ao Sheng made a large stroke and wrote Luo Tian's name on the list of those participating in the selection. However, The string of numbers behind Luo Tian's name was incomparably long. It was obvious that this was the last number. In other words, if he passed the first few rounds of selection, he would face the opponent with the strongest cultivation base in the final battle. Of course, this was deliberately written by Ao Sheng. Luo Tian took a look and looked at the string of numbers. He couldn't help but laugh. 54088. I'm your father. Ha! This number is really interesting. Without waiting for Ao Sheng to flare up, Luo Tian said in advance, Lord Ao, I'm not talking about you. I just feel that this string of numbers is a little interesting. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Luo Tian's face was full of ridicule. Although he defended himself, the meaning behind his words was obvious. I'm your father. Ao Sheng smiled and said, This is your identity wooden tablet. In other words, you are qualified to participate in the assessment. Then, Ao Sheng's gaze swept across the entire crowd. He was stunned for a moment before saying, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, you will still gather here. I will choose a venue for you to take the assessment. In Lingyun City, there are only 10 people who can participate in the second round of the assessment. I hope you can obtain good results. Finished. Ao Sheng looked at Luo Tian and said with a playful smile, Luo Tian, don't disappoint me. His eyes were filled with pure, undisguised, killing intent. Luo Tian also smiled and said, Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. However, I'm worried that I won't be disappointed, but you will. Humph humph. Ao Sheng sneered, then flicked his sleeves and walked into the courtyard. The yellow-robed elder hurriedly followed. At this moment, the disciples of the house of Bai cheered. They were all happy. Who could break through to the essence condensation realm in 10 hours? Luo Tian had brought glory to the house of Bai. However, the disciples of the other 4 major families in Lingyun City were dejected because of Luo Tian. He could even deal with a martial void realm expert. How could they be his match? In other words, there were only 9 spots left in the first round of the exam. Luo Tian turned around and looked at the happy faces of the people from the house of Bai. He couldn't help but smile. Bai Lingling's face was full of excitement. There was an impulse in her heart. She wanted to run up to Luo Tian and throw herself into his arms. She wanted to hug him tightly. Every time at the critical moment, he would stand up for her. This feeling made her intoxicated, but in the end, she resisted it. Everyone in the Bai family was happy, except for Bai Qi, whose face was filled with worry. He glanced at Luo Tian and said in a deep voice, Let's go back to the house of Bai. In the courtyard of the Cloud Mist College's branch, Ao Sheng kicked the stone table in the courtyard out. The stone table that weighed thousands of kilograms was kicked into pieces by him. His face was full of anger, and he was in an extremely bad mood. Dog, you embarrass me. Just you wait. I will make you pay the price. In the square, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. Killing intent surged. Looking at Luo Tian's smug face, he wanted nothing more than to kill him. In front of tens of thousands of people in Lingyun City, he had lost miserably. Moreover, he had stood up when he was at his proudest. This was like a few fierce slaps to his face. It was very uncomfortable. However, he did not vent his anger on them. Instead, he held it in. It was not that he did not want to touch Luo Tian, but he could not do it in front of so many people. The most important point was that he wanted to get the heavenly sword on Luo Tian's body. If he brazenly snatched it, it would definitely affect the investigation of Cloud Mist College. At that time, it would be difficult for him to get away with it. Not only would he not be able to get the heavenly sword, but he would also be severely punished. The yellow-robed old man was stunned. He had never seen Ao Sheng so angry. He said slightly, What are you thinking? If we let him participate in the assessment, how are we going to explain it to Haijia? We can't afford to offend Haijia. If Haijia finds out about this, we will all lose our lives. This was the main point of his concern. They were very clear about Haijia's methods. Ao Sheng frowned and his voice became low. He asked, "Do you know why I didn't kill him just now?" The yellow-robed old man was stunned. He felt the killing intent released by Ao Sheng, but he held it back in the end. He also found it strange and asked, "Why?" Ao Sheng sneered and said, "Look at how happy he is to participate in the assessment. Look at how happy those people from the House of Bai are. Don't you think that when a person is at his proudest and most high-spirited, suddenly making him despair and his heart die like ashes, this feeling is really wonderful?" The yellow-robed old man's face darkened. He looked at Ao Sheng and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He thought to himself, "Pervert." Ao Sheng continued, "Doesn't he want to participate in the assessment? Then let him participate. Once he enters that kind of place, do you think he will be able to come out alive? That's my territory. I can take his life at any time. In this way, won't he not participate in the assessment? Haijia naturally won't blame him. When the time comes, the spirit sword will still be yours." This was the reason why he let Luo Tian participate in the assessment. If he wanted to control Luo Tian, he had to let him be in his own territory. This way, he could do whatever he wanted. The yellow-robed old man smiled and said, "Brother Ao, good method. However, I heard that he even defeated the Haijia's second young master. You must know that Master Hai is the most talented disciple of Haijia other than the Crown Prince. Furthermore, he is at the peak of the martial void realm. Do you have a way?" Ao Sheng's gaze tightened as he said, "Of course there is a way." At this moment, Ao Sheng's gaze suddenly became lewd. When he thought of Bai Lingling's beautiful figure, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and muttered, "The people from the House of Bai are his weakness. And Master Hai is too young. Dealing with people like Luo Tian requires some special methods. When he lost the bet, he came up with a perfect plan." Ao Sheng's gaze relaxed as he said, "Brother Huang, follow me out for a walk. I need to meet the patriarchs of the other 4 great families in Lingyun City." Lingyun City, House of Bai. Bai Qi was getting more and more worried. Actually, today he hoped that Luo Tian would lose the bet and then give the heavenly sword to Ao Sheng. This way, this matter would be settled. Even if Luo Tian did not have the qualifications to participate in the assessment, he would still have a chance next year. But now he didn't have a chance at all. Not only him, but the other 3 disciples of the House of Bai also didn't have a chance. He knew very well that the first round of the examination seemed to be the easiest of all. 10 out of 30 or so contestants would be chosen, and 1 out of 3 would advance to the next round. It was a very good opportunity. However, to Bai Qi, this was the easiest of all the tests, because that was Ao Sheng's territory. Chapter 1037. Father, Luo Tianwen, why aren't you happy at all? Didn't you see Ao Sheng's expression? It's uglier than shit. I'm dying of laughter. When he saw Luo Tian appear, he couldn't even speak properly. It's too awesome, ha ha ha. Bai Lingling said happily. Seeing that her father had been silent in the hall, she couldn't help but ask. Bai Xiong also laughed. It's not just uglier than shit. At that time, I even heard a few invisible slaps on his face. It was incomparably loud. Before Boss came out, you saw how proud he was. He was arrogant and domineering, as if he was the number 1 in the world. When he saw Boss, he immediately turned into a frosted eggplant. It's too funny. Indeed, at that moment, Ao Sheng's expression was extremely ugly. However, it was precisely because of this that Bai Qi was worried. It was obvious that the examiner of Cloud Mist College was humiliated and actually endured it silently. Furthermore, he even sent over 800,000 profound coins. How could there be such a simple thing in the world? Ao Sheng definitely had a backup plan. He would definitely not let Luo Tian off. He would not even let the House of Bai off. Luo Tian took out 400,000 profound coins and handed it to Bai Qi, saying, "Uncle Bai, thank you for everything you've done for me." He knew that Bai Qi had even sold his favorite jade, Luo golden cicada for him. He was grateful in his heart. Then, Luo Tian continued, "Don't worry about me and don't worry about the House of Bai. I'm participating as a member of the House of Bai, so I'm also considered a disciple of the House of Bai. No matter who it is, if they dare to touch the House of Bai, I'll *CK their ancestors over." Luo Tian spoke very seriously. He didn't want to brag at all. That was indeed what he thought. Ao Sheng admitted defeat very naturally, and he didn't even frown when he took out so many profound coins. There must be something fishy behind this, and from his eyes when he spoke a few times, Luo Tian could feel killing intent. However, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthware. Since he had decided to do something, he couldn't have too many misgivings. Luo Tian wanted to enter Misty Cloud City. He wanted to enter Cloud, Mist College. He wanted to find the antidote to the soul poison, but he also wanted to screw over Haijia. The more Haijia made things difficult for him, the more Luo Tian wanted to teach Haijia a lesson. He wanted to let the world know that Luo Tian was here. Bai Qi looked at Luo Tian seriously. He looked at Luo Tian's young face. He was only in his early 20s. He didn't know why Luo Tian was so confident. He was so confident that even he had to trust him. Was he young and frivolous? No. Luo Tian was very arrogant and young, but he was definitely not frivolous. After a long while, Bai Qi exhaled and smiled. "Work hard." Luo Tian clenched his fists and said, "I will." After the registration was over, there were 3 days to prepare. At this time, logically speaking, the disciples who were participating in the assessment were secretly cultivating in seclusion and trying to break through as much as possible within these 3 days. Lin Dong, Bai Xiong, and Bai Lingling were the same. It had to be said, Lin Dong was completely abnormal. He broke through again on the night of the registration. His cultivation speed was as fast as a madman's. Luo Tian was very happy. He was even happier than Lin Dong himself. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Luo Tian sat on a stone pier in the courtyard. He took out the secret scroll of Black Wind Sect that the elite corpse-eating rat had dropped. During the day, he flipped through the books in the House of Bai's library. He didn't find anything about the Black Wind Sect at all, as if it didn't exist at all. But why did someone call him Black Wind Cave, other than flipping through books? Luo Tian also asked a few elders, but they were also at a loss about the Black Wind Sect. They had no idea at all. He originally wanted to understand some things about the Black Wind Sect first, and then check the secret scroll of the Black Wind Sect. After searching for an entire day, he still couldn't find anything. He could only open the secret scroll of the Black Wind Sect and study it himself. The secret scroll was made of sheepskin. It was somewhat simple and unadorned, as if it had a history of over 100 years. Secret history of the Black Wind Sect. This was the first part of the secret scroll. The words were the common language of the ancient continent, so it wasn't difficult to understand. Black Wind Sect, the number 1 sect in the Kanglan continent 13,000 years ago. When he saw the sentence, Luo Tian was instantly dumbfounded. How could it be the number 1 sect in the Kanglan continent? This is clearly the central continent. Could it be that this is a branch? The ancient continent was divided into 5 continents. They were the central continent controlled by Cloud Mist College, Abyss College, and the various king's forces. The Western Eurasia continent, controlled by the Holy See, the Southern Buddhist Holy Land Shini continent, ruled by the Buddhist sect, the Northern Kanglan continent, ruled by the Kanglan dynasty, and the Eastern Four Beasts continent, ruled by the 4 divine beasts. The 5 continents weren't connected. Between the 5 continents was an endless ocean that was difficult to cross. These were all things that Luo Tian only knew when he flipped through the information in the morning. The Black Wind Sect should be a force of the Northern Kanglan continent. Even if there were experts who crossed over to the central continent, it was impossible for them to be a sharp force. The forces of the central continent would definitely not allow it. How could they allow others to sleep under their bed? This was absolutely impossible. Then, Luo Tian couldn't figure it out. It's impossible for the Black Wind sect to appear in the central continent. Why would it appear? It's impossible for it to appear out of thin air, right? Unable to understand, Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. For this kind of incomprehensible question, Luo Tian always threw it to the back of his mind, so as to not waste his brain and brain cells. He continued to read. The first part was a description of the glorious history of the Black Wind sect. How awesome, how powerful, how many great figures it had produced. And so on. After reading it, Luo Tian couldn't help but exhale. My goodness, I didn't expect that there would be 7 Emperor-level experts. No wonder it's the #1 force of the Kanglan continent. Is this a king-level force? Gulp. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva fiercely. His heart trembled. He had underestimated the king-level forces before. 7 Emperor Realm Masters were enough to sweep across the entire continent. If Haijia also had 7 Emperor-level experts, then his talk of sweeping the Haijia was like a joke. At this moment, Luo Tian frowned and clenched his fists. The more difficult it is, the more I like it. Aren't they just Emperor-level experts? The more the better. Only then can we go crazy and explode. He himself was a lunatic. Lunatic Luo who liked the more exciting it was. Having a new understanding of the king-level forces, Luo Tian was even more motivated. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he had to become to be able to trample him to death. The second part of the secret scroll ended with some of the geographical locations of the Black Wind sect. Where was the Black Wind Hall? What kind of mechanisms were in the Black Wind Hall? How powerful were the mechanisms? What kind of people were imprisoned in the Black Wind sect's hell prison? How fierce were they? The second volume was all about these. Luo Tian casually glanced at it and didn't study it in detail. However, when it came to the third volume, his heart suddenly sank and his brows furrowed. F***CK. Hua Shan, old ancestor. Do you have to be so strong? Damn it. Too scary. Damn. The secret scroll described a person in detail, a person who ascended from the Tianqian continent to the ancient world. A martial arts genius. A super person whose talent surpassed everything. Moreover, he was also a person chosen by the heavens. It was as if the heavens had given him the best of everything, a perfect and invincible existence. The Black Wind sect had offended the patriarch of the Huashan sect, and because of this he had planted a nightmare. At that time, the patriarch of the Huashan sect had just entered the primordial world, and was almost killed by the son of the current sect master of the Black Wind sect. 300 years later, the Huashan old ancestor suddenly appeared and single-handedly killed 7 Emperor-level powerhouses, one by one. It was so awesome that it was a mess. The most important point was, he used a 3-foot-long sword to uproot the Black Wind sect and turned it into a mountain. He flew out of the void and completely penetrated it. He even used his powerful heavens, chosen power, and witchcraft to seal it. Tens of thousands of Black Wind sect's disciples died in an instant. The #1 force in the Kanglan continent, Black Wind sect, also disappeared within a day. It disappeared forever. No one knew where it went. From that day onwards, the name of the Hua Shan old ancestor resounded throughout the ancient continent. However, from then on, he never appeared again. Like the Black Wind sect, he disappeared forever. No one knew where he went. Many people thought he was dead. However, Luo Tian knew very well that the Hua Shan old ancestor had entered the God realm, the highest realm. A monster. An absolute monster. Luo Tian always thought that he was a monster, but compared to the Hua Shan old ancestor, he was simply too weak. I didn't expect you to be so ridiculously strong, one person fighting 7 Emperor-level powerhouses. Isn't that a bit too fierce? Luo Tian's heart sank. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene it was. The third volume ended here, but there was a small line of words at the end. The one who opens the Black Wind sect will obtain all the spirit treasures of the Black Wind sect, including the corpses of the 7 Emperor-level powerhouses. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. Damn! Not to mention how many spirit treasures the Black Wind sect, the #1 king force in the Canglan continent, had. Just the 7 Emperor-level powerhouses' corpses were enough to make people drool. Moreover, the drool even dripped to the ground. The Emperor-level powerhouses' corpses contained incomparably powerful energy. They were absolutely terrifying existences. As long as one absorbed this energy, it was not impossible to break through the Emperor realm and become one of the strongest powerhouses in the ancient continent. Any cultivator knew this very well. No wonder they are so strong. Emperor-level powerhouses, the strongest powerhouses in the ancient continent. If I can get my hands on such a corpse, even if nothing else, just the yuan qi alone is enough for me to absorb for a lifetime. Luo Tian was excited. His blood was boiling. In fact, he was far from knowing what the Emperor-level powerhouses' corpses meant. If this news were to be made public, it would immediately set off a scramble, not just for the central continent, but for the 5 continents. It was too strong, so strong that it made people's hearts tremble. Luo Tian was unable to contain his excitement. He slowly rolled up the secret scroll and put it away. Looking at the pitch-black night sky, he laughed excitedly and said to himself, "Should I get one to play with?" At this moment, Bai Lingling suddenly walked in and said, "What are you muttering to yourself? Begging for monthly votes." Chapter 1038. Luo Tian was so engrossed in his thoughts about the corpses of the 7 venerable emperors that he felt his hair stand on end. Suddenly, a sound came from behind him, and he couldn't help but tremble in fright. When he turned around and saw Bai Lingling, he couldn't help but glare at her and say, "What are you doing in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" As he spoke, Luo Tian's eyes involuntarily turned into a pervert's as he looked Bai Lingling up and down. Bai Lingling was wearing a white dress, and she looked particularly charming under the pure white moonlight. When the breeze blew, her white dress swayed gently, and 2 strands of hair swayed in front of her cheeks. She looked so beautiful. Her tranquil beauty could make anyone who looked at her a little infatuated. Luo Tian was naturally not surprised. Bai Lingling deliberately dressed up before coming to Luo Tian's courtyard. She wanted to thank Luo Tian for helping her and the house of Bai these days. Bai Yuan was killed, the turmoil in the house of Bai was quelled, and her father was saved. All of this was because of Luo Tian. She hadn't found an opportunity to thank him properly. After cultivating late today, she dressed up and came here. Looking at Luo Tian's evil gaze, Bai Lingling couldn't help but glare at him and say, "This isn't your house, so why can't I come? When the time comes, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? What kind of unspeakable things are you thinking about?" She only heard Luo Tian say, "Do you want to get one to play with?" Luo Tian smiled wickedly and said, "Don't you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about you." Bai Lingling's expression changed slightly. Looking at Luo Tian, she couldn't help but take half a step back. Luo Tian took a step forward and forced himself in front of her. He smiled gently and said, "The night is long. You can't sleep and I can't sleep either. Why don't we do something meaningful? For example, exercise. How about it?" Bai Lingling was forced to stand in front of Luo Tian, and her face couldn't help but blush. She could hear Luo Tian's breathing, and her own breathing was slightly hurried. Without thinking for a moment, she asked, "What kind of exercise do you want to do?" At this moment, a woman's brain would always be short-circuited. Of course, it was a different story for those with high EQ. To put it simply, when the 2 of them were about to have sex, someone came. Sorry, old bull. But it was at this critical juncture. "Ha, master, no, it should be boss." "Boss, ha ha. My combo has increased by another level. I can now do an 8-hit combo, ha ha ha. Bai Xiong's face was full of excitement. He rushed in recklessly, not paying attention to the situation in the yard. Damn it, Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He was just one step away. At this moment, Bai Xiong appeared. Everything he had done before was in vain. It was 2F** cat up. Bai Lingling suddenly woke up, and her face was a little flustered. She hurriedly retreated, and immediately kept a certain distance from Luo Tian. She looked to the side, not daring to look at Luo Tian, but her heart was full of disgust. Bai Lingling, you're really in love. He's a stinking hooligan. How can you like him? Just now, you almost lost your virginity. You're too stupid. Then again, another voice emerged in her heart. Bai Xiong didn't even look at the situation before coming in. I don't know what he's doing all day long. Doesn't he know that I'm inside? Originally, I was. Her heart was rippling, and her body was still boiling hot. Some of the honey in her lower body flowed out again, and she needed to be moisturized. Bai Xiong looked at Bai Lingling and was slightly stunned. Little sister, why are you here with boss? With that said, he completely ignored Bai Lingling and directly said to Luo Tian with a smile, Boss, my combo has reached 8 levels. Ha ha ha. Today, I comprehended another level. It's too awesome. He didn't notice Luo Tian's ugly expression at all. He didn't notice that Luo Tian was glaring fiercely at him. The murderous aura between his legs was already about to burst through the sky. To appear at such a critical moment, was there a trap? Luo Tian exhaled and said, I know that you have comprehended 8 levels of the combo. But is there a need for you to come so late at night? Didn't you realize that your sister and I have something very important to discuss? Bai Xiong was taken aback. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, I was too happy and wanted to tell you immediately. If you have something to discuss, you can discuss it. I'll come back later. Luo Tian glared at him and shouted, You still dare to come back? Don't you know that I want to rest? As he spoke, Luo Tian wished he could slap Bai Xiong a few times. At this time he didn't have any eyesight. What a trap! Chapter 1039. Oh! Bai Xiong didn't know what had just happened. He was also a martial arts fanatic. He was only focused on cultivation, and he didn't care about anything else. He didn't notice that Luo Tian had been winking at him, telling him to leave. He was still wondering, what happened to the boss's eyes? Did Sen get into them? Luo Tian had the urge to die. Heavens! Do you have to be like this? You ignited my evil fire, but you got a fool to mess it up. Isn't this making me feel uncomfortable? Luo Tian complained in his heart. The flames between his legs did not decrease, but instead increased, and his body became incomparably hot. On the other side, Bai Lingling did not make a sound for a long time. He did not leave either. Obviously, she also had the intention to wait for Bai Xiong to leave. Such a good opportunity. If it was gone just like that, then it would be 2F** cat up. Bai Xiong scratched his head, looked at Luo Tian's eyes that were constantly moving outwards, and said foolishly, Then I'll come back tomorrow. Luo Tian immediately smiled in satisfaction and said, Hurry up and go. Tomorrow I'll teach you the mysteries of the 9 consecutive strikes, and at that time you'll be even more powerful. Bai Xiong was instantly as happy as a child and said, Boss, is what you said true? Luo Tian immediately said, I swear to the heavens, if you leave earlier, I will definitely teach you the mysteries of the 9 consecutive strikes tomorrow. If you don't leave now, you are not allowed to call me boss in the future, and I don't have a brother like you. Bai Xiong trembled slightly and immediately ran out like lightning. He ran like a rabbit, really afraid that Luo Tian would not want him as a little brother. That would be more uncomfortable for him than anything else. Huff! Luo Tian exhaled, his heart relaxed, and said to Bai Lingling, He's finally gone, now let's continue. As he spoke, Luo Tian took another step forward, and just as he was about to speak, another person walked in from the door. Boss, Luo Tian was really irritated. His whole body was filled with killing intent. He turned around and shouted, "You still haven't left? Then you—" Lin Dong was taken aback. He looked around and said, "Boss, I just arrived." Phew! Luo Tian was completely powerless. The evil fire in his body was completely extinguished, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over it. The tent had also become flat ground. He was completely unable to raise his spirit. Luo Tian said in his heart, "If this happens a few more times, I will definitely become impotent. I'm really a dog." Bai Lingling also calmed down completely. At first, it was Bai Xiong who was her family. Therefore, she did not have her guard up. But now it was Lin Dong, an outsider. This made her calm down. He regained his composure and said indifferently, "You guys continue chatting. I'll take my leave first." Luo Tian sat on the stone block and sighed. The duck that had been in his mouth had flown away, just like that. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry, but he was angry. What else could he say? They were all brothers. He could only blame himself for being careless in making friends. When Bai Lingling was about to leave, Luo Tian said unhurriedly, "Call Bai Xiong over as well. I have something to discuss with you guys. If this matter is successful, our cultivation can increase by another level before participating in the assessment." Ao Sheng's admission of defeat made Luo Tian realize the danger behind him, although he was not afraid. But what about Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, Lin Dong, and the others? He did not wait or consider for them. The most important thing was to increase their cultivation a little more. It was better to be prepared. Bai Lingling was stunned. She looked at Luo Tian seriously and said, "What's your plan?" Luo Tian said, "First, call Bai Xiong over. Remember, you can only call him alone. You can't even tell your father, understand?" Of course, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better. After all, it was the corpses of 7 Emperor Realm Masters. If this news were to spread, Lingyun City would be turned upside down, and the entire continent would be in turmoil. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian's serious expression and did not ask any more questions. She immediately walked out. Lin Dong asked curiously, "Boss, what's the matter?" Luo Tian said, "Wait for them to come, then we'll talk together." Not long after, Bai Lingling dragged Bai Xiong into the courtyard. Bai Xiong struggled and said, "Boss said that I can't come again tonight. If I come again, I won't be taught the mysteries of the 9th level of the combo. Don't drag me, don't." Luo Tian waved at him and said, "Hurry up and come over. I have something to discuss with you guys." After getting Luo Tian's permission, Bai Xiong was stunned and said foolishly, "Boss really called me?" Bai Lingling glared at him fiercely and left angrily. Just now, she had spent a lot of effort to pull Bai Xiong over. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to know what Luo Tian wanted to discuss with them, she definitely wouldn't have pulled Bai Xiong over. At the same time, she secretly admired him. Boss doesn't listen to anyone except father, but Luo Tian's words are like an order. Luo Tian asked them to sit down, but did not take out the secret scroll. Instead, he slowly said, "This time there are a total of 34 disciples from Lingyun City participating in the assessment. Only 10 people can enter the next round. I want all of you to enter." This was a must. Bai Lingling was shocked and said, "The disciples of the other 4 families have higher cultivation than us. It will be very difficult for us to pass all of them. Moreover, they will definitely go into seclusion with all their strength in these 3 days. They will have more elixirs, and their cultivation will definitely increase greatly. Our strength is at least 2 levels weaker than the 4 families. Indeed, the disciples of the 4 great families participating in the assessment were all stronger than them, and even the weakest of them were stronger than them. It would be extremely difficult to pass all of them. Then again, they had no idea where the assessment would be held and what method would be used. How could they pass the assessment? Bai Lingling was not confident. Bai Xiong was the same. Even Lin Dong, who had been crazily breaking through in the past few days, was not confident. Luo Tian laughed and said, The disciples of the four great families are easy to deal with, but the key is Ao Sheng. I embarrassed him in front of so many people in Lingyun City. He will definitely not let me off, and they will very likely deal with you guys. And then Luo Tian thought of the four great families. With Ao Sheng's personality, he would definitely make the four great families join forces to deal with them. Bai Xiong saw that Luo Tian did not continue and asked, "Boss, continue." Luo Tian laughed to himself and said, "It's nothing." He thought to himself, "I hope I'm overthinking it. If the four great families really join forces, then it will be difficult to pass all of them." Then, Luo Tian did not think about this matter anymore. In any case, if the four great families were courting death, he would be happy to send them to heaven, and continued. The cultivation of the disciples participating in the assessment in Lingyun City will definitely increase, but it will definitely not increase by too much. If my calculations are not wrong, I can help you guys increase your cultivation within 3 days, and I might even get some powerful spirit treasures. Spirit treasures were very important. Just like Luo Tian's heavenly sword, it could raise his strength by several levels. Lin Dong said somewhat excitedly, "Boss, just tell me what method you want to use." Luo Tian said, "Enter the Black Wind Cave." What? The three of them were shocked at the same time. They were all born in Lingyun City, so they were very familiar with the Black Wind Cave. They admired Luo Tian because Luo Tian had come out of the Black Wind Cave alive twice. However, they still believed that the Black Wind Cave was the most dangerous place in Lingyun City, or even the most dangerous place in a radius of hundreds of thousands of li. Luo Tian did not hide anything and said, "When I went to the Black Wind Cave this time, I discovered its secret. At the bottom of the Black Wind Cave is an underground ruin. It should be a secret space." What? Really? The three of them were shocked again. This kind of secret space was a place that even the gold rank forces dreamed of. This kind of alternate space was a rare treasure land. It was either rich in spirit herbs or suitable for cultivation. The speed of cultivation could be increased by several times. When they heard Luo Tian's words, the three of them were shocked speechless. Luo Tian looked at their shocked expressions and wondered, "Isn't it just a secret space? Is there a need to be so shocked? If I tell them that there are 7 Emperor Realm corpses buried in there, won't they be scared to death?" The three of them stared at Luo Tian without blinking. Luo Tian frowned and continued, "However, I can only be sure that there is a secret space inside. I can't be sure what is inside, but I can be sure of one thing. It is very dangerous inside." "Go," Lin Dong said without any hesitation, "a secret space. Once it is discovered by others, it will have nothing to do with us. Even if it is dangerous, we must go." Bai Lingling also said firmly, "I will go too." Bai Xiong also said, "I will go too." Their opinions were unprecedentedly unanimous. Moreover, they were not afraid of the Black Wind Cave at all. In the face of great benefits, many things could be overlooked. Luo Tian was the same. He forgot that the voice had a great effect on his mind. Looking at the three of them, he smiled and said, "Okay, then let's go." He wanted to cultivate his own force. Then he would start with these 3 people. What kind of danger was hidden in the Black Wind sect under the Black Iron Door? Luo Tian did not know. He only believed in one thing. Wealth came from danger. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Everything you wanted had to be fought for by yourself. Ao Sheng did not know what kind of insidious trap was waiting for them. In a situation where he did not know, the only thing he could do was to become stronger, so strong that he could ignore everything. Half an hour later, 4 figures walked out of the house of Bai. They hid it from everyone in the house of Bai, even Bai Qi. The 4 of them left quietly and headed in the direction of the Black Wind Cave. However, they hid it from the people in the house of Bai, but they did not hide it from Ao Sheng's spies near the house of Bai. 10 minutes after the 4 of them left the Bai residence, Cloud missed College Branch. Ao Sheng's face turned slightly cold. He sneered and said, Want to slip away? I want to see where you can escape to. Luo Tian. No matter how much you jump, you can't escape from my grasp. Your life is mine. The sword on your body is also mine. Ao Shung's face was cold and murderous. He said to the man in black behind him, "Spread the news to the 4 great families and let them send their most elite people." Thanks to Peppermint Leaf for the red tip again, I became the 3rd leader of Undefeated. My fan points also rushed to the 6th place. Old Bull was very grateful for the support. As for the update time, I'm not sure. I've been really busy recently and can't stabilize the update time. I'll try my best to update every day. Brothers who have monthly votes can vote for Old Bull. Chapter 1040. Late at night, at the entrance of the Dark Wind Cave, gusts of chilly wind blew out from the black hole, scraping against his body, causing him to feel an unusual stinging pain. The sound of the wind swirled out from the black hole, causing strange howls, like the howls of evil spirits from hell, making one's hair stand on end. Are we really going in? Bai Lingling, who was the most enthusiastic at the beginning, looked at the dark cave that was constantly emitting a cold aura. She couldn't help but tremble and ask softly, "Why don't we go in during the day?" "It's so dark now, and it's so dangerous inside." Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Bai Xiong immediately smiled and said, "Yes, with Boss here, nothing will be a problem." Lin Dong was also full of confidence. All of this was because of Luo Tian. Luo Tian sighed quietly and said, "Follow behind me later. The situation inside is a bit complicated. Don't get lost. Also, if I tell you to stop, you must stop. In short, do whatever I tell you to do." "Yes, sir." "Of course." Immediately, the 4 of them walked into the Dark Wind Cave. A few minutes later, an elder of the Ouyang family walked out of the darkness and muttered, entering the Dark Wind Cave, "Isn't he afraid of death?" "Third uncle, should we follow him?" "That's the Dark Wind Cave. Listen to the sounds. My legs are trembling. They're definitely courting death if they go in. Don't even think about coming out alive. Who in Lingyan City doesn't know that 9 out of 10 people in the Dark Wind Cave are dead?" Yangren's face was a little ugly. Not only him, but the few elite disciples of the Ouyang family behind him were the same. Other than the Ouyang family, the disciples of the other 3 families were the same. After receiving Ao Shung's order, they immediately rushed over. They knew how strong Luo Tian was, so when they saw Luo Tian standing at the entrance of the Dark Wind Cave, they didn't rush out immediately. They all wanted to see what Luo Tian wanted to do. When they saw him walk into the Dark Wind Cave, their faces changed and doubts arose in their hearts. Is this kid not afraid of death? Dark Wind Cave was definitely a forbidden area. Ouyang Wu's face sank. He didn't want to enter the Dark Wind Cave either, but when faced with Ao Shung's conditions, he frowned and turned to look at another dark corner. He smiled and said, "Li Yuqing, what do you think?" A man walked out from the darkness with a smile on his face. "Ouyang Wu, what do you think?" "I'm just here to see where they went. Since they've entered the Dark Wind Cave, there's no need for me to follow them. Do you think they'll be able to come out alive?" Ouyang Wu laughed and said, "That's what I think too." Shortly after, Ouyang Wu whispered to his nephew, "Tell Lord Ao about the situation here and see what he has to say." No one dared to enter. It was the same for the other 2 clans. Half an hour later, the messenger came back. The order given was a death order. Ouyang Wu frowned and cursed in his heart. At this time he had no other choice. Enter. At the same time, the people from the other 3 clans were the same. Brother Li, Brother Deng, Brother Zhou. Since everyone received Lord Ao's order, then our goal is the same. Why don't we form an alliance? This way, we can take care of each other in the Dark Wind Cave. What do you think? Ouyang Wu said. The 3 of them looked at each other, nodded, and said, "Okay." "Ha ha ha, this is the first time our 4 clans have formed an alliance. This time, as long as no disciple of the House of Bai participates in the Cloud Mist College's selection, then the House of Bai's influence in Lingyun City will plummet. At that time, there will be no more 5 clans in Lingyun City, only 4 clans. Ha ha ha. That's right. The 4 clans formed an alliance. There were 60 disciples entering the Dark Wind Cave, 15 from each clan. The lowest cultivation of these 60 people was at the 3rd level of the Essence Condensation Realm. The elders of the 4 clans were all at the Martial Void Realm. These people were many times stronger than Luo Tian and the other 3. The most important point was, Luo Tian and the others did not know that they were being followed, and there were more than 60 people. It could be said that they were the elites of the 4 clans in Lingyun City. Who dared to not listen to Ao Sheng's words? That was the person who would decide who would be able to walk the furthest in Cloud Mist Academy selection. Even the Li clan, who was old friends with the House of Bai, had to send their elites. In the face of huge benefits, even brothers could be betrayed. The team of 60 people entered the Dark Wind Cave. Dark Wind Cave. When the 4 clans entered the Dark Wind Cave, Luo Tian and the other 3 had almost reached the deepest part of the cave. It was around the corner. Luo Tian stopped and reminded them, "Stay true to your heart. No matter who talks to you, don't care. You must stay true to your heart, or you will lose yourself. When that time comes, even I can't save you. Understand?" The 3 of them nodded. Seeing Luo Tian's serious expression, they did not dare to let their guard down. Luo Tian's mind stirred. That voice was full of temptation and temptation. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. He guarded his heart, held his breath, and took a step forward. Ha ha ha. I knew you would come back. Who in this world can resist my temptation? Who can resist the temptation of 7 Emperor Realm Master Corpses from the Black Wind sect? The voice suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's heart. It was as if he had found Luo Tian and knew everything. Luo Tian did not dare to relax in the slightest. Looking at the 3 people behind him, he frowned and thought to himself, "It seems that this voice can see through people's hearts. He knows what they are thinking. Everyone is different. It could be seen from the expressions of the 3 of them." However, what surprised Luo Tian was that Lindong was unusually calm. It was as if nothing had happened. It was not because his cultivation was stronger, but because he completely followed Luo Tian's words. He completely guarded his heart, regardless of any external voice, any temptation, and only had one goal in his heart, the peak of the martial Tao, to repay the kindness of his boss. Bai Lingling's cheeks flushed red. She looked lovely and moving, as if she was in love. Luo Tian was secretly anxious. He walked to Bai Lingling's side and slapped her butt. He suddenly shouted, "What are you thinking about? Look at your red face. Don't tell me you want to roll in bed with me?" Luo Tian used a lot of strength in this slap. Bai Lingling's little but almost bloomed. It was so painful that tears almost flowed out. However, she woke up from her stupor, and her back was covered in cold sweat. If it wasn't for Luo Tian's slap, she really didn't know what the consequences would be. Thinking of the scene in her mind just now, her cheeks flushed red again. The scene in her mind was unbearable to look at. Bai Lingling felt ashamed. Fortunately, no one knew. Otherwise, she would really find a hole to hide in. Chapter 1041. Phew, it was a close call. Luo Tian and the other 3 walked to the black iron door. Lindong looked up at the mysterious runes on the wall and said, "What kind of runes are these? Why haven't I seen them before?" Bai Xiong was also at a loss and said, "It seems very ancient, like a few thousand years ago. Could it be that someone came here a few thousand years ago?" "That's right, boss. Why is there a big iron door here?" "Where is this place?" Bai Lingling stared at the 3 words on the iron door and muttered, "Black Wind Sect! What kind of sect is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Hey, you can't be thinking of going in, right? Our Yuan Qi has been absorbed all along the way, and we don't know what's behind the iron door. Should we rest and recover some Yuan Qi before going in?" from the moment they entered the Black Wind Cave. The yuan qi in their dantian was disappearing bit by bit, as if it was being absorbed by a powerful force. Luo Tian was the same. However, compared to them, Luo Tian's yuan qi was too abundant. Luo Tian looked at the three of them and said, "The entrance is too dangerous, let's go in first. After entering, don't wander around and don't touch anything. Remember my words." They did not know, but Luo Tian was very clear about how terrifying the Black Wind sect was. If it was really the Black Wind sect, then the tens of thousands of Black Wind sect disciples would not be easy to deal with. There was something strange under the iron door, so they had to be careful. The three of them nodded. Luo Tian took out the item to open the black iron door. Drip. Essence blood dripped on the black iron door. Kacha! The thick and heavy iron door suddenly moved and slowly moved. A heavy crashing sound was heard and a strong light appeared. It was like the sun, very dazzling, but Luo Tian didn't feel anything. However, Lin Dong and the other two's expressions changed. Bai Xiong's face was filled with joy as he said, Yuan Qi, dense Yuan Qi. I didn't think that when the Yuan Qi reached a certain level, it would really turn into light. Boss, I'm not dreaming, right? With such dense Yuan Qi, cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. Buzz, suddenly, a slight buzzing sound was emitted from Lin Dong's body. His aura had clearly become stronger. He had broken through. Lin Dong himself was not prepared for this. He smiled and said, "The Yuan Qi here is too rich. My body was absorbing it like crazy, and I suddenly broke through. Even I was not aware of it. This alternate space is too good. No wonder those gold rank organizations are willing to fight for this space for decades. Even a bronze rank organization can become a gold rank organization with this space. F*CK. Pervert. Luo Tian and the other two said at the same time. Lin Dong had already broken through once tonight. It had only been a short while, and he had broken through again. This speed was simply too frightening. Luo Tian was extremely happy in his heart. He was too happy that Lin Dong had broken through, and wished that he could immediately step onto the peak of martial arts. However, seeing that the cultivation of the three of them had increased by quite a bit, but he was unable to absorb such dense origin qi. This was the most painful thing. It was as if a peerless beauty was in front of him, naked and waiting for him on the bed, but he was unable to raise his little brother, and could only stare at her helplessly. Why don't the three of you meditate here and recover your yuan qi? I'll go in and explore the way first. Seeing their cultivation increase, Luo Tian also wanted to level up. His level in the ancient world was simply too low. Moreover, facing Ao Sheng, facing the incomparably powerful Haijia, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. The density of the yuan qi was a treasure trove for the three of them. Luo Tian did not want them to waste time. His path of breakthrough was different from these people's. He had to walk his own path. Bai Xiong said, "Boss, the origin qi here is too dense. Aren't you going to stay?" Bai Lingling also asked, "Even if we can't break through, absorbing a little to recover our origin qi is still good." They only knew that Luo Tian could rely on killing people and killing monsters to level up, but they did not know that this was the only way for Luo Tian to break through. Like them, Luo Tian could not meditate and absorb the origin qi of heaven and earth to strengthen his body and then break through the shackles of cultivation. Because the pubis was damaged, Luo Tian laughed and said, "I have already recovered to full. I will go in and explore the way first. I will call you guys later." Bai Xiong immediately said, "Boss, I will go too." Lin Dong also followed and stood up. Luo Tian held them back one by one and said, "You guys just stay here and cultivate. Don't worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about me. There are only 2 days left until the selection. You guys have to break through quickly. At that time I will be able to ride on your coattails. It is decided." Finished speaking. Luo Tian revealed a commanding look. The two of them did not say anything. Bai Lingling frowned and said with concern, "Be careful." Luo Tian laughed and said, "If I don't come out, you guys can go out by yourselves when the time comes. Don't worry about me. I will definitely not die." Luo Tian stepped into the strong light. His body was covered by the strong light and he lost sight of it. The sky was very blue. Running water splashed. Celestial birds flew in flocks, singing birds and fragrant flowers. It was like a paradise on earth. Everything in front of him was like a scene of a large sect in a game, except for one thing. There was no human presence. There was not a single person. Other than the sound of the birds, there was nothing else. Luo Tian looked at everything in front of him and was slightly stunned. A paradise! This is the legendary Black Wind sect? Kanglan Continent's Black Wind sect. Didn't the secret scroll say that it was crippled by the Hua Shan ancestor? Why is it still so beautiful? Luo Tian did not understand. He walked up a bluestone staircase, step by step. He was extremely careful with every step he took. Caution is the parent of safety. Originally, he thought that this place was like a purgatory on earth, with vicious beasts and ghosts everywhere, but now Luo Tian felt an inexplicable disappointment in his heart. He could not help but curse in his heart, and said, "There isn't even a shadow of a demon beast. How can I level up?" Before he could finish his words, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. The blue sky turned blood red. What flowed down the waterfall was not clear spring water, but blood. The blood flowed into a pool. The celestial bird that was originally flying leisurely in the sky suddenly changed, turning into a skeleton monster that swooped down towards Luo Tian. Not only that, everything around him was changing crazily. One by one, huge demon beasts appeared out of thin air. One by one, undead suddenly appeared. The entire paradise suddenly turned into hell. A woman in white clothes descended from the sky. The woman had a smile on her face, as if she was a welcoming lady. Her entire body was perfect and flawless. She was completely a fairy. Luo Tian liked it very much. However, the woman in white suddenly said, "Welcome to the fantasy world. I am the fantasy fairy. Next, you will bear everything that you have imagined. Are you ready?" F***CK. Luo Tian shouted these two words angrily and ran away. Thank you to Peppermint Leaf for the reward again. Brother, you are fierce. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Chapter 1042. There were too many dead demon beasts. Those that walked on the road, those that swam in the water, those that flew in the sky, all of them came. All of a sudden, it became a monster kingdom. Luo Tian didn't dare to stay any longer and crazily ran out. Looking at the person who called himself Fantasy Fairy above his head, he thought to himself, what if I want something? What if I want a holy artifact? Or, a goddess will come and save me? Asterisk, 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 right? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Just appear in a bikini and descend from the sky. Then, show off your divine might and kill all these monsters. Luo Tian prayed in his heart. Since it was a fantasy that could come true, then of course he had to imagine something good. However, Fantasy Fairy seemed to know what Luo Tian was thinking as she mischievously giggled and said, "It's useless, only what you think for the first time is useful. Didn't you say that there are no demon beasts here? Now that there is, you have to endure the attacks of so many demon beasts." "I'll be damned," Luo Tian cursed and said, "Do you have to play with me like this?" Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest. Mission: clean up the fantasy space and hook up with the Fantasy Fairy. Level: A+ time. 1 day completion criteria. Favorability reaches 80. Reward: 300,000 experience points, 50,000 essence points, Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Your sister. Are you trying to play me to death? When Luo Tian heard the system beep, his heart tightened. to trigger the quest at such a critical moment. This was the rhythm of killing him. However, when he finished reading the quest, he was dumbfounded. What do you mean by hooking up with a fantasy fairy? Hook up. System sister, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really hooking up? Do you have to be so naked? Is this really okay? Luo Tian's face froze. This was the first time he had encountered such a peach quest. If it was to clean up the demon beasts in the space, he could understand, but hooking up with the fantasy fairy and reaching 80 points of favorability, what was going on? Could it be that he had to get the fantasy fairy as his wife? Puzzled. However, Luo Tian was never afraid of challenges. For the 300,000 experience, he had no choice but to accept it. Also, the reward was the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it wasn't simple, royal maid. I liked this cultivation method. Luo Tian was secretly delighted. His mind moved, and he said, accept. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for accepting the quest. The countdown for the quest begins, the system prompted. Immediately after, a 24-hour countdown appeared in his mind, and the seconds were ticking away. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at Fantasy Fairy. He smiled at her and said, Hey beautiful, how are you? Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, I'm fine, but you'll be in trouble later. Look behind you. Ding. Favorable impression, +1. Luo Tian was stunned by the sudden notification. He thought to himself, damn, is this even possible? Just by saying hello, I can increase the favorability by 1 point. I thought the favorability would be difficult to obtain, but it turns out to be so simple. Let's try again. Luo Tian ran for a distance, then revealed a gentlemanly smile and said politely, Hi beautiful lady, how are you? This was an attempt, but Fantasy Fairy did not smile. Instead, she frowned and said unhappily, Is it fun to talk back? Ding. Favorability -10. Immediately, Luo Tian was stunned. Just by saying hello to increase the favorability, he didn't expect that just by trying to see if there was a system bug, the favorability would directly decrease by 10 points. Now, it had become a negative number. This was 2F * cut up. Luo Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His attempt had failed. He didn't have the mood to try anymore. He would first complete the first stage of the quest, then find time to slowly talk about life with Fantasy Fairy, talk about dreams, and some things he loved to do. Ding! Do you confirm the purchase? Yes. Ding! Do you confirm the purchase? Yes. Luo Tian opened the shop system and bought all of the 400,000 profound coins he had on him to unlock the skill seal. Then he quickly unlocked the skill seal. This was what he had won from Ao Sheng in a bet. After giving Bai Qi 400,000 profound coins, he still had 460,000 profound coins left on him. He didn't keep a single one and used all of them to buy the spirit energy needed to unlock the skill seal. Facing the demon beasts that were everywhere in the fantasy space, he could only use skills to quickly clean them up. 10,000 lightning blast, unlock. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new skill, Purple Thunder skill. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. Regeneration skill, unlock. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new skill, Super Regeneration skill. Do you wish to cultivate it? Yes. For skills were unlocked in a row. Group attack skill, Purple Thunder skill. Healing skill, Super Regeneration skill. The other two were support skills, Alchemy Technique and Refining Technique. For 160,000 profound coins could only buy so much. If he wanted to unlock the powerful attack skills, he would need even more profound coins. Luo Tian didn't have that many profound coins either, so for him his current attack technique was more or less enough. After he finished cultivating all the skills, Luo Tian took a deep breath and said, It's about time to start. The space between his eyebrows twitched. facing the dozen or so dead souls that were rushing towards him. Luo Tian moved. Poison! Technique! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Asterisk, his hand speed was strange. He quickly cast poison, but the speed of the beasts did not decrease. They were still crazily pouncing on him. However, bright red damage values kept floating above their heads. Moreover, their defense was greatly reduced during the time they were poisoned. Looking at the range of the purple thunder skill, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. After the demon beasts entered the attack range, he shouted, "God's fury!" Buzz. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A strong heat current surged from Luo Tian's body, and the heat current turned into power. In that instant, he roared towards the sky. "Purple thunder, explode for me!" Under the god's fury, not only did Luo Tian's own attributes double, the attributes of his skills also doubled. This was the biggest difference between God's fury and God's fury. The level 1 purple thunder skill was not strong, but under the double strength of the God's fury, the purple lightning ferociously shot out, as though it was cutting through the sky, and heavily smashed down. The dozen or so demon beasts in the minefield were all struck by the purple lightning. Their bodies swayed, and their HP dropped rapidly. After holding on for a few seconds, the demon beasts fell down one after another. Ding! 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 Ah! The system sounded out. Luo Tian looked at the experience points he had obtained, smiled slightly, and thought to himself, "After clearing this place, I can at least level up too, hee. Let's see if you guys can break through faster outside, or if I can level up faster by killing monsters. Thank you, Peppermint Leaf, for your reward. Thank you for becoming the sect master. Thank you. At the same time, thank you to the other brothers for your rewards. It's going to be the new year soon. Old Cow should take a break this month and update a little more. After the new year, I'll fight fiercely again." Chapter 1043. With the group attack skill, the purple thunder technique, coupled with the poison technique, the combination of the two skills was simply too awesome. In the game, this was the combination of a mage and a priest. In addition to being a mage and a priest, Luo Tian was also a berserker. He combined 3 professions by himself. This was impossible in the game, but this was not the game. After dealing with the first wave of demon beasts, Luo Tian smiled at the fantasy fairy who was in a daze in the sky and said, "Beauty, I'm amazing, right?" Fantasy fairy pouted, looking a little shocked and unhappy. She muttered, "The levels of these demon beasts are too low. If I had known earlier, I would have brought those abnormal demon beasts from the Black Wind dungeon here. Humph, humph. Don't be so happy. There are thousands of demon beasts here. Let's see how you clear them all. With your strength, it's impossible to complete it. You'll die from exhaustion." Fantasy Fairy placed her hands on her waist and said with a proud expression, "First level of the essence condensation realm. Whether it was cultivation, strength, physical strength, or vitality, they were all unable to support a battle for too long. Moreover, Fantasy Fairy looked at the skills that Luo Tian had released. They were all very powerful cultivation techniques. Such cultivation techniques required the support of powerful essence energy. After a long time, it was impossible to withstand them. She was sure that Luo Tian would not be able to last until the end. Luo Tian revealed an expression as if he had been seen through. He deliberately forced a smile and said, "Why don't we make a bet? If I clear this place, will you be my wife?" After Luo Tian finished speaking, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal an exaggerated and playful smile. Fantasy Fairy was slightly angered and immediately said, "Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Luo Tian was overjoyed and thought to himself, "I've been tricked." At this moment, Luo Tian was not happy. He still had a look of fear on his face and said, "All right." Fantasy Fairy said, "What if I win?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "That's easy. If you win, I'll be your husband." "Huh, huh. You. I don't want you." Fantasy Fairy's face blushed a little. She glared at Luo Tian and said, If you lose, I want you to be my servant forever. Perfect. My fantasy kingdom still lacks a butler. You're not bad, hee. Luo Tian smiled and said, All right, it's settled then. From the moment Luo Tian mentioned the bet, he had been scheming against Fantasy Fairy. Now he was too lazy to think so much. With a single thought from Fantasy Fairy, the demonic beasts that covered the sky and earth were suddenly awakened. All of them charged towards Luo Tian ferociously. They formed a black mass and were exceptionally ferocious. Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, Let's see how you're going to fend off so many demonic beasts. The levels of these demonic beasts weren't high. They were all rank 3 and rank 4 demonic beasts. However, for a martial artist of the essence condensation realm, these demonic beasts were already very powerful. 1 or 2 of them were easy to deal with, but if they were to attack at the front, even a martial void realm expert wouldn't be able to resist. It was an existence that would definitely be crushed. However, Luo Tian was an expert in games in his previous life. He knew how to find all bugs and how to take advantage of the geographical location. Facing so many demonic beasts, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked at the surrounding terrain. He saw a narrow gap with giant rocks on both sides. This was the most advantageous position in the entire field. Immediately, Luo Tian didn't even think about it and quickly rushed over. Standing in the middle of the narrow steps, he looked at the demonic beasts that were pouncing on him from both sides. The corner of his mouth curled up and he smiled gently. He said to Fantasy Fairy, Wife, watch how I clean this place up. Fantasy Fairy frowned and was very angry at Luo Tian's frivolous words. She said solemnly, Beat him down for me. Let's see if he can still be so proud. Humph. Rumble. Rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. All the demon beasts in the fantasy space were mobilized and surrounded Luo Tian from both sides. However, no matter how powerful these demon beasts were, their intelligence was very low. Luo Tian's position could only allow 3 demon beasts to charge at him, adding up to 6 demon beasts on both sides. There were at most 10 demon beasts in total. The difficulty was there, but it wasn't too great. Huff! Luo Tian let out a light breath and looked at the cooldown time of the skill. The cooldown time of the Purple Thunder technique is 3.5 minutes, and the Divine Explosion is 10 minutes. If I want to quickly clean up these demonic beasts, I have to rely on my cultivation technique. Walala! A departed soul let out a ferocious cry and directly pounced at Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't even think about it and shouted, Fire Kirin, kill it for me! Summon Divine Beast. 1. With a movement in the air, the Fire Kirin ferociously rushed out. Facing the ghost that was pouncing towards Luo Tian, it directly spat out a thick stream of hellfire, directly causing half of its HP to be damaged. The ghost instantly became crippled and wailed on the ground. Walala! The thick flames blew again. 2 flames, instant kill. The power of the Fire Kirin has increased a little. In just 20 hours, the power of the Fire Kirin had increased again. The most important point. The Fire Kirin carried the might of a divine beast, and the aura on its body formed a powerful pressure that crushed the surrounding demonic beasts. Even the expression of the Fantasy Fairy in the sky changed slightly as she looked at the Fire Kirin with envy. She muttered, You actually have such a powerful battle pet. Humph, then you have to become my servant even more. Go. Luo Tian was secretly excited and ordered with his mind, Brother Kirin, you stay here and spray whoever comes up. The Fire Kirin completely understood Luo Tian's words and nodded its head heavily. Its body was like a mountain, as firm as a boulder, blocking behind Luo Tian. It was like a Vajra god of slaughter, scaring away the incoming ghosts. However, the Fire Kirin's side resisted, but Luo Tian's side had to bear more pressure. In the face of the Fire Kirin, the demonic beasts emitted a bone-deep fear. Even if the Fantasy Fairy repeatedly threatened them, it was useless. However, a large number of these demonic beasts rushed towards Luo Tian. and Luo Tian had to bear more pressure. Luo Tian had long known that this would be the result. The fantasy fairy smiled proudly and said, "Even if you have a powerful battle pet, it's useless. There are thousands of demonic beasts here. Even an expert at the peak of the martial void realm can't resist them. How can you, a little warrior at the condensed prime realm, resist them? Be my servant, and I will treat you well." The pressure was huge. Luo Tian looked at the demonic beasts rushing towards him like a tide and looked at the fantasy fairy in the sky. He smiled gently and said, "Prepare to be my wife. Light of seduction, come out. Summon 5 more battle pets." Chapter 1044. The technique was released. His luck was surprisingly good, and he succeeded in one try. The ferocious beast at the very front was lured and bewitched. The beast was stunned and instantly froze on the spot. It had no idea what had happened. However, at this moment, Luo Tian's thoughts directly entered its mind. This thought made it unable to resist. "Attack!" Luo Tian's thoughts moved and directly gave the order. The beast did not hesitate and turned around to pounce on the monster army behind it. The formation was in chaos, instantly relieving the pressure on Luo Tian. It also bought time for his skills to cool down. What Luo Tian wanted was the cooldown time for his skills. Fantasy Fairy was shocked again. Her face looked very angry. She stomped her feet fiercely and said, "Humph, no matter how many new techniques you practice, you can't resist my monster army. Let's see how you can resist. Charge, 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 all of you charge." Fantasy Fairy ordered angrily. Luo Tian smiled lightly and said teasingly, "Is this how you treat your future husband? Isn't this not very good?" Luo Tian glanced at the cooldown time for his skills. God's Explosion, God's Flame, Purple Thunder Technique, and Poison Technique were all ready. The summoned beast was also killed. Luo Tian moved his feet. With a strange technique, he quickly released a large amount of Poison Technique. Swish, swish, swish! A large number of monsters were poisoned. Bright red numbers appeared above their heads. The damage was not much, but the continuous reduction was terrifying. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to release his techniques. Instead, he waited. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Let those monsters come in a little bit more. Just a little bit more. He calculated everything in his mind. The attack range of the level 1 Purple Thunder Technique was not as large as the 10,000 thunderbolts. Within a radius of 20 steps, it was about 10 meters. Luo Tian tried to make as many monsters as possible within the attack range of the Purple Thunder Technique. God's Explosion! Boom! The energy in Luo Tian's body exploded out. He had a smile on his face as he shouted excitedly, "Purple Thunder Technique, explode for me!" Crack! With Luo Tian as the center, purple lightning constantly fell from the sky within a 10-meter radius. Through the unsealing of the spiritual power, every purple lightning was abnormally powerful, facing a rank 3 or rank 4 monster beast. The lethality was too strong. Crackle! Crackle! Crackle, crackle. Within a few seconds, a charred smell wafted out, just like a roasted suckling pig. Those demonic beasts that were hit were all on the verge of collapse. Their faces were beyond recognition. Their bodies were charred black, and their hair was all roasted away. In an instant, Luo Tian drew his heavenly sword and shouted, "Vajra Sword Technique, Mad Slaughter!" Swish, swish, swish! His sword was like lightning as it stabbed out crazily. Ding! 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 As the sword fell, the system's voice immediately sounded. In less than half a minute, those half-dead demonic beasts were all killed by Luo Tian. The surrounding area was filled with demonic beasts' corpses. Perhaps it was because this was the fantasy space, but after these demonic beasts died, their bodies began to slowly disappear just like in the game. Ding, 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 the system's voice kept ringing. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Fantasy Fairy was so angry that she stomped her feet and ordered loudly again, "Charge! What are you waiting for? Charge!" In this situation, she had no other choice. She could only keep charging. As long as those demonic beasts got close to Luotian, it would be useless no matter how strong his cultivation was. However, Luotian didn't give these demonic beasts a chance at all. After cleaning up the demonic beasts, Luotian turned around and used a barbaric charge to directly crash back. Leaning on the fire Kirin's body, he smiled slightly and thought to himself, "In my previous life, I was not only a professional player, but also a tactician in the game, using the terrain and skills. These can determine a person's position in the game." After falling back into the depths, Luotian released another, Light of Enticement. This time, his luck wasn't that good. During this period of time, as long as he leaned behind the fire Kirin and used the powerful pressure of the fire Kirin's body to crush them, even if those demonic beasts rushed in, their strength would be suppressed and their attack power would be greatly reduced. Luotian was completely able to deal with it. From time to time, he would swallow a pill or use a super regeneration technique, and the wounds on his body would quickly heal. Moreover, now that he had cultivated the super regeneration technique, in addition to healing himself, he could also give the fire Kirin, perfectly maintaining his bloodline. For one more professional player, it was simply too easy. Humph! 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 Fantasy Fairy was so angry that her face turned red. She stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. She did not descend from the sky to participate in the battle. Luotian did not understand what this meant. If she participated in the battle, Luotian would only be killed in an instant. From the moment Fantasy Fairy appeared, Luotian felt a terrifying aura from her body. He thought that she was a boss, but there was no golden light on Fantasy Fairy's body, which meant that she was not a boss. Time passed bit by bit. 6 hours later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luotian for leveling up. Current level. Level 2 of the Essence Condensation Realm. He leveled up, breaking through to the second level of the Essence Condensation Realm in 6 hours. This speed was probably something that 5 people could match. Luotian looked at the surrounding demon beasts and laughed. "I should be able to break through again." Continue. Level 1 Divine Explosion. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Purple Thunder Technique, boom. The number of monsters in the fantasy space decreased, and Fantasy Fairy was already powerless to shout. When she thought of the bet she made with Luotian, she was so anxious that tears were about to come out of her eyes. She kept shouting in her heart, "I don't want to be his wife. I don't want it. I don't want it. I definitely don't want it," looking at Fantasy Fairy's anxious expression. Luotian naturally guessed what she was thinking. "Wife, you won't be able to escape, ha ha ha!" Then he became even crazier. As the number of demon beasts decreased, Luotian directly brought the fire Kirin and charged out. He took a deep breath in his heart and shouted, "Now it's my turn." 13 hours later, Luotian had leveled up again, reaching the third level of the Essence Condensation Realm. This speed was absolutely abnormal. Compared to the giant Hyjia, the third level of the Essence Condensation Realm was like a drop of water in the vast ocean. Level up. Breakthrough. I want to become stronger. I want to F***CK over Hyjia. 20 hours later, there was not a single demon beast left in the entire fantasy space. Luotian looked at Fantasy Fairy in the sky and said, "You've lost." Those brothers who have monthly votes, don't forget to vote for the old cow. Chapter 1045. Luotian really wanted to try it out. He wanted to try out the power of the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. If he could really gain experience quickly, then his future days would really be great. In this fantasy space, there was only Fantasy Fairy. When Luotian looked at Fantasy Fairy, his eyes narrowed, and his expression involuntarily revealed a lecherous, somewhat wretched expression. He said with a smile, "Little sister Fantasy, it's so lonely in this fantasy space. Why don't we make some very interesting games?" Ha ha! Fantasy Fairy's body trembled, revealing an awkward expression. In this fantasy space, she knew everything, including what Luo Tian was thinking. Sensing what Luo Tian was thinking, she couldn't help but frown. She stared angrily at Luo Tian and said, "If you dare to have any thoughts about me again, I will definitely cut off the little brother between your legs. Let's see if you still dare to think about those messy things." While they were talking, a powerful pressure pounced on Luo Tian. It didn't crush Luo Tian's sea of consciousness either. It was just to let Luo Tian feel how strong this pressure was, to let him know how strong Fantasy Fairy was. If she could say such a thing, then she would definitely be able to do it. Luo Tian clamped his legs together and immediately recovered the expression of a modest gentleman. He smiled and said, "I'm just joking with you. How could I have such disgusting thoughts? You are a goddess in my heart, and I can have such thoughts about anyone but you. You are a sacred existence in my heart that cannot be tarnished." He looked very serious. There was no other man who was more of a gentleman than him. Fantasy Fairy's expression returned to normal as she descended from the sky. She glanced at Luo Tian and playfully said, "That's more like it, he. Very obedient. I like it very much. How about, he suddenly." Fantasy Fairy continued to stare at Luo Tian. Her two eyes stared at Luo Tian. Her stare made Luo Tian's hair stand on end. It was as if he was a woman and Fantasy Fairy was a man. This was not a good feeling. Luo Tian said weakly, "Not as good as what?" Fantasy Fairy giggled and said, "Why don't you stay here and accompany me? What do you think?" Luo Tian was taken aback. Without even thinking, he immediately said, "No." Fairy Fantasy pouted and said, "Why not?" His tone was somewhat unyielding. This was a space, and Luo Tian didn't know where the exit was. Everything here might be under the control of Fantasy Fairy. She might even be the reborn product of one of the 7 Emperor Realm Master Corpses of the Black Wind sect. He was certain that this fellow's cultivation was extremely terrifying. If he directly rejected her, it would definitely not be good. If he made her unhappy, she might really force him to stay here. That would really be **cat up. We have to kidnap her. I might not come back to this place again. It would be a pity if such a beautiful girl was wasted here. If I could take her out, that would be awesome." Luo Tian secretly thought of a plan. He revealed a troubled expression and said, "Sigh, I also want to stay here with you, but I can't. My wife." Woo, woo, as he spoke. Luo Tian's eyes were wet, and tears flowed down drop by drop. He looked very sad. Fantasy Fairy's expression was obviously a little worried, and her sympathy overflowed. His acting skills were superb. Crying just like that. Absolute strength. Luo Tian's face became lonely, and his eyes fell into endless longing. He said in a low and longing tone, "My wife was poisoned, and she is still waiting for me to bring the antidote to save her. She suffered a lot for me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to enter the ancient world, let alone stand in front of you. Without her, there would be no me. Even if I die in this world, I have to cure the poison in her body, so I can't stay." Luo Tian's words were extremely touching. Not to mention, everything he said was true, just a little exaggerated. But Fantasy Fairy's tears flowed from his words. She cried and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a good man in this world. I really didn't expect it. What kind of poison did your wife get?" Luo Tian didn't hide it and said, "Soul poison." "Huh." Fantasy Fairy frowned. It wasn't hard to see from her expression that even she couldn't help but frown when she heard the words soul poison. It could be seen how powerful the soul poison was. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he said to himself, "It seems that the soul poison is much more powerful than I thought. Wife, no matter what, I will save you. Even if I have to give up everything, I will cure you." Luo Tian's heart became more and more determined. He must pass the examination of Cloud Mist College. Dongfang Shua gave him the only clue about the soul poison. He must enter Cloud Mist College, find that old man, and develop the antidote for the soul poison. Fantasy Fairy was silent for a few seconds and said, "Soul poison hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect it to appear again. This poison basically has no antidote. Back then, the Wasteland Emperor was poisoned by this poison, and all methods were useless. In the end, because he couldn't be controlled by others, he directly exploded and died. The Wasteland Emperor was once one of the top 10 peerless experts in the ancient continent. Luo Tian also saw this person's name in the ancient continent's information, but he didn't expect that he also died because of the soul poison." Hearing Fantasy Fairy's words, Luo Tian's heart tightened again. However, his heart became even more determined. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "No matter what, no matter how difficult it is, I will find the antidote. This is my promise to her, and I will definitely do it. This is what a husband, what a man should do." If it wasn't for her, Luo Tian might have died in the Tianxian continent. One couldn't forget one's roots. Luo Tian remembered everything that happened in the Tianxian continent. She suffered because of him, and Luo Tian would help her find the antidote, even if he had to risk his life. Hearing these words, Fantasy Fairy was moved. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. At first, she only thought that Luo Tian was sweet-talking, but this time she saw Luo Tian's true heart. It was just like what he said, so she was moved. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind suddenly rang out. Ding! Favorability plus 10 ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Fantasy Fairy's favorability for more than 100 points. You can now make a wish to Fantasy Fairy. Huh. Oh my god! Luo Tian almost jumped up and secretly smiled wretchedly in his heart. Thinking about this chance to make a wish, he laughed in his heart and said, "What's the point of making a wish? Just take her away. This is the best wish." Chapter 1046. Lingyun City, Cloud Mist College's branch. Trash! Trash! All of you are trash. I really don't know what the people of the 4 great families in Lingyun City are doing. So many people are chasing after one person, but they still lost him. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've told you long ago that no matter where he is, you have to chase after him. You bunch of trash, useless things. You were scared out of your wits by a mere black hole. I really don't know what's the use of having you. Ao Sheng was furious and said furiously. In front of him were the patriarchs of the 4 great families in Lingyun City. The 4 of them were trembling with fear, and their expressions were very ugly. However, in the face of the furious Ao Sheng, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Once upon a time, they were all the overlords of Lingyun City. Who dared to speak to them like this? However, their family's power level was only at the silver level. In the face of the king's power, Cloud Mist College, they could not even afford to offend an ordinary servant disciple, not to mention a small manager of Cloud Mist College. They could not afford to offend him. Deng Leigong said obsequiously, "Sir, it's not that we don't want to chase after him. The disciples of our 4 great families have all chased after him, but those who came back were all crazy and deranged. This Black Wind sect has been a forbidden area in Lingyun City since ancient times. 9 out of 10 of us died. The disciples of our 4 great families all have higher cultivation than that brat Luo Tian. Even if Luo Tian's talent is extraordinary, he won't be able to hold on for long and will definitely die inside. Yes, no one can come out of the Black Wind cave alive. Sir, don't worry. I'm afraid the brat has already turned into a pile of bones by now." Oh, the other 3 patriarchs immediately echoed. However, the anger in Ao Sheng's heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious. He stared at Ouyang Lai and kicked him. He shouted heavily, "I don't care about his life or death. What I want is the divine sword in his hand. What do you know?" Bang! Ouyang Lai did not dare to resist. He flew out of the courtyard and smashed onto the ground. His chest was cracked and his face was extremely pale. He was very afraid and did not dare to make any painful sounds. Originally, Ao Sheng wanted to attack Deng Leigong. However, Deng Leigong was still a student of Cloud Mist College. His identity was more precious than the other 3 clan leaders. Ao Sheng didn't care about Luo Tian's life or death. What he wanted was the heavenly sword in Luo Tian's hand. The reason why he sent people to keep an eye on Luo Tian was because he didn't want to let Luo Tian out of his sight. At the same time, he also wanted to let the disciples of the 4 great clans test him to see if Luo Tian was really as powerful as the legend said. Even experts at the peak of the martial void realm were no match for him. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? When the disciples of the 4 great clans entered the Dark Wind Cave, their Yuan Qi was crazily devoured. Most importantly, when they entered the depths of the Dark Wind Cave without any preparation, a heart demon suddenly appeared in their hearts. Only less than half of the 60 to 70 disciples survived. These were the elites of the 4 great clans. For the sake of their clans, they didn't dare to send more people in. When Ouyang Lai was beaten, the 3 clan leaders immediately lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. Ao Sheng let out a heavy breath. His body sank as he said faintly, "Is the Dark Wind Cave really as powerful as you say? None of the people who enter can come out alive?" Deng Leigong replied, "Yes, that is the forbidden area of Lingyun City, the place where we hold prisoners on death row. Other than Bai Qi from the house of Bai who came out of the Dark Wind Cave last time, there is no one else. Moreover, I heard that the reason why he was able to come out of the Dark Wind Cave was because the scorching yang poison blocked the Dark Wind Cave's ability to devour Yuan Qi. Luo Tian is only at the essence condensation realm. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to come out alive." Sigh, Ao Sheng sighed and slapped the chair with one hand. He felt that it was a pity. It's a pity that such a good sword's gone just like that. That kid is really lucky. If he can come out alive, I will definitely make him beg for death. At this point, it was useless for him to get angry. Even though he wanted to enter the Dark Wind Cave to take a look, but after hearing Deng Leigong's words, he dispelled this idea. The image of the heavenly sword appeared in his mind. He sighed in his heart and thought to himself, what a waste, but that kid's death can be considered an explanation to Haijia. This time, Haijia's envoy will be easy to deal with. He didn't know why. The day after he wrote Luo Tian's name, Haijia sent someone over. It had to be said, Haijia's power was too strong. Although Ao Sheng was very clear about Haijia's power, when he saw the Haijia's envoy, he was still scared out of his wits. Now, Luo Tian was dead, so he could explain it to Haijia. Although he was a little reluctant to part with the divine sword in Luo Tian's hand, he had no other choice but to give up. Immediately after, Ao Sheng said slightly, "All right, there's nothing else. You can all leave. Tomorrow, let your disciples appear on time. Also, if the 4 disciples of the house of Bai are dead, then your 4 great families will send 1 more disciple. As for the house of Bai, you don't have to worry. If Bai Qi dares to act rashly in front of me, I will let his blood splatter on the spot." Hearing this, the 4 of them were overjoyed. They immediately said in unison, "Thank you, Lord." After the patriarchs of the 4 great families left, Ao Sheng immediately got up and entered another room. A young man stood in the room. Ao Sheng bowed, even more respectful than when he saw his own ancestor, and said, "Lord Envoy, that kid Luo Tian has already," not waiting for him to finish. The young man said coldly, "I heard it all. There's no need for you to explain." Ao Sheng shivered and immediately said, "Yes." The young man walked back and forth a few steps, revealing a profound look that did not match his age. He muttered to himself, "How can someone who even young Master Yulong is not a match die so easily? Everyone knows that the Dark Wind Cave is dangerous, but he still went in? And he even brought his beloved woman and brother in to die together? Is there such a stupid person in this world? Ao Sheng's eyes moved, and his expression changed slightly. He thought to himself, that's right, why didn't I think of it? How can there be such a stupid person? So that kid isn't dead? For some reason, Ao Sheng couldn't help but feel happy. As long as Luo Tian wasn't dead, the heavenly sword would be his sooner or later. The young man frowned and said unhurriedly, write my name in as well. Haijia won't let anyone participate in the Cloud Mist College's examination. Even if he's the king of heaven, he won't be able to participate. In the middle continent, no one can compete with Haijia. I want to snipe Luo Tian. Ao Sheng raised his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. He immediately said, yes, I'll do it right away. But, Lord Envoy, what's your name? The young man said, Sea God number 990, Wu Sha. The new year was really not for humans. It was too uncomfortable. All he did was eat and drink. If he didn't have a cold and fever today, he would still be held back by his friends. It was really uncomfortable. The old cow is guilty. March fight. Chapter 1047. Ao Sheng's expression changed drastically. When he heard the words Sea God number 990, his body suddenly trembled. At first, he only had some respect for this young man because he was from Haijia. Now his heart was filled with coldness and fear. Because of the ranking of number 990, there was a very special ranking in Haijia. This ranking only set up 1,000 places. Number 990 seemed to be very low, but this was the ranking of the king forces and families. It was completely different from some ordinary sects, gold and silver forces. It would be extremely difficult for the high family to squeeze their way into the rankings. There were rumors. The top 1,000 in Haijia was stronger than the advanced students of Cloud Mist College. As the strongest college in Zhongzhou, Cloud Mist College had nurtured countless experts. These experts were all advanced students, but they were not as good as Haijia's Sea God ranking. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Ao Sheng bowed even lower. He did not dare to turn around and retreated step by step. Wu Sha's face was expressionless. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the night sky outside the window. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he whispered to himself, after completing this task, my ranking should be able to move up one place. Hee hee, Dark Wind Cave. Damn, all of you are freaks. You guys are so fast. I really didn't expect it. Luo Tian stood at the entrance of the cave. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Bai Lingling and the other two. Each of their cultivation had improved, especially Lindong. This guy had broken through 3 times in just 3 days and had reached the 6th level of the essence condensation realm. This speed was incredible. Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong had also broken through 1 level. When they saw Luo Tian, the 3 of them laughed excitedly. Bai Xiong took the lead and said, Boss, this place is so cool. It's full of primordial qi, and the speed of cultivation has increased by several times. I really didn't expect Dark Wind Cave to be such a treasure. It's so surprising, ha ha ha, Bai Lingling said. If this place is under the control of the House of Bai, then the House of Bai's influence can be raised to gold rank in just 3 years. This secret must not be known to outsiders. In a place like this, where vitality was abundant, it was only a matter of time before a higher level force appeared, let alone a gold rank. Luo Tian smiled and said, Who would dare to come? The Dark Wind Cave is a forbidden area. No one dares to come down. Lindong added, If Boss didn't discover his secret, who would have known that the Dark Wind Cave was actually a treasure trove? Ha ha ha, ha ha, they all laughed at the same time. Bai Lingling said, There are only a few hours left before the assessment. Raise your cultivation. This time, all 4 of us must pass the assessment. Of course. Needless to say, our cultivation has increased greatly after this breakthrough. We will definitely be able to pass. At this moment, the 4 of them laughed again. Finally, Luo Tian raised his head and glanced at the mysterious runes on the wall. He thought to himself, I'm definitely not the first one to come to this place. There must be others before us. Are these strange runes on the wall a sealing effect or something? Is the Black Wind sect from 10,000 years ago still hiding something? Hey, what are you thinking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said loudly in Luo Tian's heart. Luo Tian was shocked. Forgetting that she was still in his body, he immediately laughed and said, I was just casually saying that I can't understand a single one of the strange runes on the wall. Fairy, can you understand them? Fantasy Fairy said disdainfully, Isn't it just a rune carved by a sorcerer? What's so strange about it? Do you want to understand it? Luo Tian nodded and said, I want to. I feel that the runes on the wall should be describing something. Could it be that the Black Wind sect is hiding other secrets? Could the Patriarch of Mount Hua really use a supreme technique to transfer the time and space of the Black Wind sect from the Kanglan continent to the Central continent? Isn't this a bit too powerful? Fantasy Fairy said, What's wrong with that? If you can become a great sorcerer, you can do it too. If you want to understand these sorcerers' runes, it's very simple. You just have to become a sorcerer. Huh. Luo Tian was stunned and said, Didn't they say that sorcerers are chosen by the heavens? I'm not a heavens chosen. How can I become a sorcerer? Useless. Do you know what a heavens chosen is? Fantasy Fairy said. Luo Tian said, A person chosen by the heavens. Idiot. Fantasy Fairy said disdainfully, Have you heard of the heavens chosen mountain? It is the place closest to the heavens in the ancient continent. If you want to become the chosen one, you just have to climb the heavens chosen mountain. As long as you climb halfway up the mountain, you'll be qualified to become a sorcerer. But with your cultivation, let alone halfway up the mountain, you won't even be able to climb a single step up the heavens chosen mountain. Heavens chosen mountain? Luo Tian had never heard of it before. Even when he was flipping through the books, he had never seen it before. However, Luo Tian was only curious about the runes on the wall. He felt that they were recording something in his heart. However, it didn't matter if he didn't know. Luo Tian didn't have much interest in the sorcerer. It would be best if he could become one, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Then Luo Tian chuckled and said, I can't become a sorcerer, but I can beat the sorcerer until they crawl all over the ground. Suddenly, Fantasy Fairy was silent for a moment. Luo Tian thought that she wouldn't speak anymore. Just as he was about to leave with Bai Lingling and the others, Fantasy Fairy suddenly said, How these runes actually have the antidote to the soul poison. At first, she didn't notice. In her opinion, the runes carved by the sorcerer weren't that great, but she didn't expect to see the antidote to the soul poison with a casual glance. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he immediately asked, What does it say? Fantasy Fairy frowned and said, It didn't say anything specific. It only said that the first step to cure the soul poison is to become a sorcerer and refine the antidote through the power of the heavens chosen one. As for the antidote, it didn't say anything. The antidote to the soul poison was even more difficult. Luo Tian thought that as long as he became a student of Cloud Mist College and found the old man who mentioned the soul poison to Dongfang Shua's father, he would be able to find the antidote formula. But now he actually had to become a sorcerer. He didn't know about the heavens chosen mountain, but from Fantasy Fairy's words, he knew that the heavens chosen mountain must be a very dangerous place. Luo Tian gently exhaled. Fantasy Fairy's tone became a little low, and she said, Don't worry. With your current cultivation, you can't enter the heavens chosen mountain, but I will help you. I will definitely do what I promised you. Don't you want the corpses of the 7 venerable emperors? I'll give them all to you. Luo Tian was stunned. Something happened in the past 2 days, so I was out of town. But now I'm back. I'll start to update tomorrow. 3 chapters a day. I'll update a little more in March. Brothers, if you still have monthly votes, please support me. Old Cow is very grateful. Chapter 1048. At first, Luo Tian wanted to get some rent for the bodies. But Fantasy Fairy suddenly changed her mind at the last minute and said that she would pay the rent after renting them. This made him very annoyed. Among the things that Fantasy Fairy took out, Luo Tian wanted the most, of course, the corpses of the 7 Emperor Realm Masters. One had to know. The power contained in the corpses of these Emperor Realm Masters was too strong. It was so strong that it was unimaginable. Any cultivator, even those at the peak of the Emperor Realm, could not resist the temptation, let alone 7 corpses at once. How could he not drool? Luo Tian swallowed his saliva again and again. Just at this moment, Fantasy Fairy said unhurriedly, however, you have to think this through. I'll give you the corpses of these 7 venerable sovereigns. For you, absorbing their powerful vitality won't be of much use. If you become a sorcerer, I have a set of cultivation methods that can turn them into your puppets. Although they won't be as strong as those at the peak of the venerable sovereign realm, they'll still have the strength of an early-stage venerable sovereign. Damn! Luo Tian was shocked. His body shook. Without thinking, he immediately said, I will leave them with you. I don't need them now. He said it with a strong sense of righteousness and generosity. If he could have 7 low-level Emperor Realm Masters as his puppets, wouldn't he be the most powerful existence in the ancient world? Fantasy Fairy smiled slightly and said, Then you must become a sorcerer first. Luo Tian smiled and said, Of course. Fantasy Fairy continued, I have a small request. I don't know if you can agree to it? Luo Tian was stunned. At this time the system sounded. Ding! Triggered a mission. Mission. Help Fantasy Fairy cultivate a physical body. Mission time, no time limit. Mission grade, SSS. Mission reward, 7 Emperor Realm Masters corpses, 100 million experience points, 10 million yuan chi, 9 revolutions immortal deity technique. Looking at the mission, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the Fantasy Fairy could trigger an SSS-level mission. This was a legendary mission. Looking at the mission rewards, Luo Tian's eyes widened. He couldn't wait to get them immediately, not to mention the expert's corpse. Just the 9 revolutions immortal deity technique. That was awesome enough. Furthermore, Luo Tian felt that he had seen this technique before in a novel. It was definitely a technique used by a certain main character. Except, Luo Tian almost didn't think about it at all. This kind of SSS-level mission was something that could only be encountered by chance. Whoever didn't accept it would be a fool. Even if the difficulty was high, he wasn't afraid. Riches and honor were found in danger. Without a bit of risk, where would those good things come from? Ding! Mission accepted. Ding! Mission uniqueness. Failure will result in a deduction of 10 levels. Suddenly, the system sounded out. Luo Tian was stunned. Feeling as if he had been tricked, he cursed and said, System sister, are you playing with me? Deducting 10 levels, are you trying to kill me? Even if you knew that I would accept it, you should have told me in advance. I accepted it, and then you reminded me. Aren't you playing with me? When there's a chance, I'll definitely get you out and use you to practice the Imperial Goddess Divine Art. Luo Tian was a little unhappy. However, he had no choice. The system had decided everything, and even if he was unhappy, he couldn't get rid of it. Moreover, the system was his reliance, and before he was strong enough, he still needed the system. Fantasy Fairy was overjoyed and said happily, You agreed. She was a little surprised, and her smile was incomparably bright. Then he said, You don't even know what I want you to do, and you already agreed. You're too good. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with tears. He was so touched that he was in a mess. Ding! The favorability with Fantasy Fairy has increased by 100. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He pretended to be a very decent person and said, I let you enter my body. You are a part of me. I will help you with any difficulties you have. Look at how touched you are. This is my duty. It is my honor to serve a beauty. However, in his heart, he was saying something else. Damn, if I didn't know what your request was, would I dare to agree? Fantasy Fairy was even more moved, as if Luo Tian was the best person in the world. With tears in her eyes, she said, After you become a sorcerer, can you help me reforge my body? With my cultivation, it would take me 1,000 years to reforge my body, but with the help of a sorcerer, 200 years would be enough. Luo Tian was very clear about what Fantasy Fairy wanted him to do. He frowned and pretended to be shocked. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Leave it to me. I will definitely help you obtain your body. Really? Fantasy Fairy cried out in surprise. The reason why she was called Fantasy Fairy was because she did not have a physical body. She did not have a physical body. She was just an illusion. If she could have a physical body, she would be very happy. Moreover, there was something she had waited for nearly 1,000 years. She had to do it. Luo Tian smiled and said, I won't lie to a woman. Fantasy Fairy giggled and was very happy. Like a little girl, she jumped up and down on the spot. She was happy. Luo Tian was very happy. With such a powerful person in his body, wouldn't she be able to help him a lot? Was the Heaven's Choice Mountain difficult to climb? With Fantasy Fairy's help, everything would not be a problem. How could someone who could obtain 7 venerable emperor corpses be a simple person? Even if it was just a thought, it was not a simple existence. Fantasy Fairy regained her calm and said very seriously, I will help you climb to the peak of the Heaven's Choice Mountain. I will help you find the antidote to the soul poison. I will help you overcome all difficulties. Whoever dares to be your enemy, I will kill. A powerful aura burst out all of a sudden. Luo Tian felt the powerful force in her words. His heart trembled and he smiled slightly. Bai Lingling looked at Luo Tian, who was in a daze. Thinking that the time for the first stage of the Cloud Mist College examination was almost up, she waved her palm in front of Luo Tian and said anxiously, Hey, hey, hey! What's wrong with you? At this moment, Luo Tian looked like a pig. His mouth was full of saliva, and he looked as wretched as he could get. Bai Lingling really could not wait to ask. Otherwise, she would not have dared to approach. Luo Tian came back to his senses, and his expression quickly returned to normal. He said, Let's go back to Lingyun City. Lingyun City Cloud Mist College Branch. Bai Chi's face was a little ugly. He waited anxiously and kept asking, Haven't you found the 4 of them yet? The faces of the people around him were also ugly. They shook their heads and said, There's no news at all. Bai Chi clenched his hands and frowned. Where did they go? There's not even a message in 3 days. Could it be that Ao Sheng? Ao Sheng's brows also secretly tightened. Could it be that they really died inside? Chapter 1049. All the disciples from Lingyun City participating in this assessment were present. Only the 4 disciples from the house of Bai were left. Bai Chi's face was filled with anxiety. Their names had been registered, and they could not change other disciples. If they could not participate this time, then the influence of the house of Bai in Lingyun City would plummet. They would be pushed out of Lingyun City by the other families within a year. In addition to the pressure from the 4 major families, he also had to face the internal pressure from the house of Bai. The various elders would force him to abdicate. The faces of the elders behind him were ashen, and their eyes were filled with deep resentment. As long as Luo Tian and the other 3 did not make it, they would immediately ask Bai Chi to abdicate. In addition to this, he also had to face the pressure from Cloud Mist College. This was Bai Chi's strongest pressure. Once Luo Tian and the others did not make it, Ao Sheng would immediately fly into a rage and say that the house of Bai was disrespectful to Cloud Mist College and would not give any spots in the future. This kind of thing had happened in other cities before. The pressure was so great that others could not imagine it. At this moment, Ouyang had a mocking expression and said with a sneer, "Chief Bai, what's wrong? Your disciple hasn't arrived yet. Could it be that he died outside? If he's dead, then your house of Bai won't have any disciples this year." He hated the house of Bai to the core. If it weren't for Bai Lingling, his son would not have died. Bai Qi snorted coldly and did not answer. Ao Sheng also reminded him slightly, "There's still an hour left." "Chief Bai, have your disciples arrived yet? I don't care if so many of us wait for the 4 of them, but the other disciples won't be willing to." Hearing him say this, the disciples who were waiting immediately clamored, "You're too arrogant. I don't think they can come. We have more than 20 people than the 4 of them. I don't think there's a need to wait. Chief Bai, what are you doing as a chief? I gave you 3 days, and you still haven't prepared. I really don't know what you're doing. Don't tell me you're hiding because you're afraid of us? That must be the case. How could Luo Tian, that coward, dare to participate?" "Ha ha ha." Bai Qi's expression changed slightly as he asked again, "Have you found Luo Tian and the others yet?" A disciple who hurriedly returned shook his head and said, "No, I've sent people to the various city gates, and I've also left the city to search. But I still haven't found them. I don't know where the 4 of them went at all. It's as if they vanished into thin air." "Patriarch, could it be that Ao Sheng and the others?" he didn't continue. The entire Lingyun city knew that Luo Tian had offended Ao Sheng. He had embarrassed Ao Sheng in front of the entire city. He was the manager of Cloud Mist College. How could offending him be a good thing? Since he didn't appear at this time, Bai Qi couldn't help but suspect Ao Sheng. He glanced at Ao Sheng and said, "Lord Ao, have my son and Luo Tian gone to look for you these few days?" Ao Sheng's face darkened. It was good that Luo Tian was dead. He could explain himself to Haijia. It was also good that he wasn't dead. In any case, Wu Sha was here. He had something to say to Haijia. Even if Luo Tian had the heavenly sword in his hands, it had nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, he was in a bad mood. He shouted coldly, "Chief Bai, what do you mean by this? Do you think I killed them?" Bai Qi said, "I don't dare. I'm just asking." Ao Sheng glared and sneered, "I lost the bet, but Ao Sheng, I'm not that kind of villain. Moreover, I don't need to scheme against a piece of trash at the essence condensation realm. I can kill them in front of them. F*CK. Who the F*CK said that my boss is trash? Your entire family is trash." Suddenly, a wave of angry curses came from the back of the crowd. The crowd quickly moved aside. "He's here. Luo Tian is here." The crowd was in an uproar. All of their gazes were focused on Luo Tian and the other 3. The aura on their bodies is different from 3 days ago. It seems to have become stronger again. The faces of some elders suddenly darkened. They've all improved. In just 3 days, they had all broken through. Moreover, it was not just 1 realm, but 2 realms. This was impossible. No matter how good the spirit medicine was, it would not be able to do this. Ao Sheng's face was filled with shock. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he sneered to himself. "You dog, you finally appeared!" Among those disciples, there was a man who was unfamiliar with the surroundings. His gaze had not moved from the beginning to the end. After Luo Tian appeared, he raised his gaze slightly and locked onto Luo Tian. A strange cold light flashed in his eyes. Luo Tian's heart trembled. He felt a cold, killing, intent lock onto him. This kind of killing intent was not ordinary. It was extremely powerful. It was a killing intent that the experts of Lingyun City were unable to release. Moreover, this killing intent instantly disappeared. Luo Tian swept his gaze across, pretending that he did not know anything on the surface. With a grin on his face, he walked to Bai Qi's side and said, "Uncle Bai, I'm sorry that we're late. We've made you worry." Bai Qi originally wanted to reprimand them, but it was not a good time to reprimand them. Furthermore, their cultivation had all increased, and without a doubt, This was all thanks to Luo Tian. He was very clear in his heart, so he smiled and said, "It's fine, have a good competition, don't disappoint me." Bai Xiong smiled foolishly and said, "Father, don't worry, there's definitely no problem." Bai Lingling also smiled and said, "We will definitely pass the first round." After breaking through, they were full of confidence. They couldn't wait to go to the assessment area. When Luo Tian and the other three appeared, the expressions of the people from the four great clans turned ugly. Luo Tian chuckled. His gaze swept across the people from the four great clans and said with a smile, "Is the Dark Wind Cave very late? You sent so many elite disciples to the Dark Wind Cave to travel. It must be very enjoyable, ha ha ha." It was obvious that the disciples of the four great clans were here to hunt them down. It was just that they did not expect that before they could find Luo Tian, they would be killed by their inner demons. Their losses were heavy. Bai Qi's expression changed, and he immediately asked, "Luo Tian, what did you say?" Bai Xiong replied, "Father, you still don't know, right? The four great clans sent people to follow us, wanting to get rid of us. It's just that they didn't expect that not everyone can enter the Dark Wind Cave." Bai Qi immediately looked at his good friend, Li Yuesheng. He didn't expect his good friend to also his heart ached. Ao Sheng was startled, in case this matter was investigated to him. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. So many people chased after the four of them, but in the end, only 20 or so crazy people came back alive. He shouted, "It's about time. Since everyone is here, let's prepare for the assessment." Many disciples were immediately shocked. The entire place quickly quieted down. Luo Tian and the other three also walked into the group, thinking to themselves, "I will definitely pass the assessment. Silly queen, I will definitely save you."